is. All right, we'll call the meeting to order at 9:06 a.m. this morning. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits this land provides to all of us. We're here today to begin our budget deliberations. Cole has a 2025 budget presentation for us. And without further ado, I guess first off, I'll just start with a thank you. Thank you to staff, thank you Cole, thank you everyone. I know this was a monumental task this year, just with the financial conversion, new faces in new places, and just an overall shift in how we approach the budget presentation and the budget overall. So I just want to acknowledge all the work that went into that. I know it was a lot in a short period of time. So just a big thank you to Cole and staff. And yeah, with that, I'll throw to you, Cole.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe before we get started, I just wanted to introduce Haley Pinkson, our new Director of Corporate Services, for those that have not had an opportunity to meet her yet. So Haley comes to us with a extensive background. She was the CFO with the City of Lethbridge for a number of years, recently worked with Palliser School Division, and we're really looking forward to her starting. She picked a great first day, so if there's any questions I can't answer, I'm sure she's more than willing. So she can tell me what I got wrong after, but wonderful. Well, I'll let Kurt jump into things, and then as we go through, so you'll have a package in front of you for the closed session, which we will discuss when we get there. The presentation mirrors what was sent to council, and then the public document also follows along, but just adds a little bit of wording. So if you want to follow the presentation up there or the one that was sent, it'll be the same as what you see here.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. We'll proceed with our presentation for the 2025 budget. So our presentation today will commence with the budget overview, which is comprised of our legislated budget requirements, and a summary of the vision and strategy behind this year's budget. Following which, we will move into the capital portions of our budget with the expenditure summaries and the project details. Following the capital budget, we will proceed to the operating budget portion of the presentation, where each department will present to you their operating budget, utilizing a waterfall style chart to clearly highlight changes from the 2024 approved budget. Once again, we've brought back the parking lot. At the back here, where we'll be sure to note any takeaways that we have from this meeting, along with any additional considerations that require additional review from administration before we can provide council with an answer. So this slide, we've included a couple of the sections from the Municipal Governments Act detailing our legislated capital and operating budgetary requirements. You will notice that we are required to provide a written operating plan for our next financial 3 years for operating and 5 years for capital.
This year's operating and capital budgets reflect our commitment to optimizing service delivery, ensuring operational sustainability, and building a solid foundation for the municipality's future. Over the past year, we've completed a significant phase of our organizational transformation, normalizing our portfolio distribution across divisions and consolidating technical expertise to minimize work duplication and optimize efforts. These changes are captured in the budget as staff portfolios were adjusted. As a growing municipality operating with a lean structure, we are strategically cautious about making long-term hiring decisions until we thoroughly evaluate how services are delivered and identify opportunities for enhanced internal efficiencies. This budget cycle prioritizes sustainability initiatives, strategic investments, emphasizing key operational enhancements and financial prudence. So some of the key messages for our focus in this budget: first, the focus on sustainability, leveraging technology. In 2025, we'll further implement AI and software solutions to map and automate workflows and optimize organizational processes where feasible. This will improve efficiency and reduce administrative burdens. The second part of our focus on sustainability is the asset management phase 2. This phase of our asset management strategy will enhance our ability to capture and analyze work activities, enabling more informed decisions about infrastructure and service delivery. The second key function of the 2025 operating budget is the operational enhancements, so public works capacity. Adjustments to staffing and relief coverage in public works will normalize service levels and improve our responsiveness throughout the year. And a transition to monthly budgeting. The completion of our budget software implementation in 2025 will allow for monthly financial budgeting and tracking, ensuring real-time insights into trends and impacts for more agile fiscal management. The third focus of this year's budget is strategic financial management. So we have set realistic budget adjustments. We've adjusted budget allocations to better reflect historical expenditure trends, ensuring accuracy and alignment with actual needs. Reserve contributions. As part of our long-term financial strategy, we continue to build reserve levels to support infrastructure and operational requirements in the long term. And lastly, our focus has been on transparency and accountability. This budget presentation highlights key changes focusing on the rationale behind adjustments, whether they stem from efficiency savings, expanded scope, cost escalations, or changes to service levels. By maintaining our contributions to reserves, optimizing operational efficiencies, and committing to process improvements, this budget sets the stage for sustainable growth while balancing immediate needs with long-term priorities. Together, these initiatives position the municipality for continued success while meeting the evolving needs of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you go on too much further, could you give us a definition of what you exactly mean by monthly budgeting?
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Hickey. So historically what we've done is we've set budgets in specific accounts for particular expenditures or expenditure classes on an annualized basis. That works in situations where we have linear expenses. So a lot of our administrative burden or salaries that are 12 months of the year, we'll know at any given time what that should be because our monthly expenditure should be evenly distributed across that 12-month cycle. However, when we set budgets for things like, I'll use dust control as an example, where it can be really challenging is those activities occur. So we collect revenue early in the year before we finalize those activities. So the revenue cycle of that is segmented to a 2 or 3 month window with a few percent following that. The actual work activity occurs, say, May, June into July, and then we pay for a significant portion of the actual chemical in October. So depending on when we look at that budget, it doesn't evenly distribute across the 12 months, and so it can be really hard to understand whether we're on track for that expenditure, whether we're under, and where it fits until after, or until really late in the year because of the seasonality of those budgets. What we want to move to with a monthly budgeting, for an example, is part of the strategy would be Kurt, as the controller, would meet with the department manager and director. Let's say in July, he has these meetings. He would do this monthly, and in July, there's a variance there that says, hey, you've said it was going to cost X amount of dollars to perform this activity. It's higher. So you're trending above that. Why? And based on those conversations, we would capture that information and say, okay, well, we're actually just ahead of schedule because we had a really early spring. We were able to get through that work. So we're still on track financially. Or we've seen some cost escalation. We can flag that earlier in the year to help try and offset that or find other places for savings in the budget to ensure that we balance that out so that we can be more proactive versus reactive. Because right now, a lot of times, we don't even know where we're trending on those specific accounts because of the volume. And we have 2,000 GLs. Some of those accounts have numerous transactions, so it can be really hard to sift through that. And so that transition it gives us more clarity. We can provide more accurate forecasts to council on our quarterly reports, and then we can make more accurate decisions with that type of modeling so that we can actually trend it to say, here's where the expenditures should happen. If they're not happening there, why? And we should know immediately.
Oh, just to follow up to that then, but you still have an overall general budget for that line item, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just taking that budget and we're just saying, here's when the X percentages or whatever the distribution curve should be for those work activities and how they translate to the costs incurred. Yeah, so it's still annualized budget. We're just breaking it down monthly so that we have more accurate information for operational decision making. Is that? It's good? Okay.
Great. So a budget is an estimate of future operating and capital funding requirements based on the understanding of current operational needs, future projects, anticipated future cost escalators, such as an inflation or rate increases, and historical expenditure trends. So a budget is a business tool. It's a plan for our future activities, and it anticipates revenues and estimates expenditures. When budgeting for revenue, we have considered revenue opportunities, a rate review, additional sources of revenue, and of course, tax support. Expense considerations include anticipated costs related to projects and initiatives, as well as projected expenses related to not only maintain, but to optimize the county's general operations. Additional expense considerations must also include best estimates for cost factors that are beyond our control, such as inflation, the carbon tax, rate increases for utilities and insurance.
I'm going to answer Councillor Hickey's question probably before he asks it, because I think I know what he's thinking. But we've indexed our revenues at roughly 2% based on last year's long-term direction from council. So I can see the wheels turning, but we have it in here further, but I thought I would jump ahead. So, yeah, well, you could hear the rattle. So based on last year's multi-year direction from council as it pertained to utility rates, business tax, and our cap levies, we've indexed our revenue projections at 2%. The only revenues that we've forecasted differently were water sales and purchases, solely because of the large volume transition with the Eastern Transmission Pipeline coming online. So that one looks a little bit different because there's a volume projection in there with the indexed rate, but just for the purposes of the budget, we've indexed the revenues there, but we've focused on expenditures as that's a better tracking tool for changes in activities. So the 2025-2029 capital budget presentation is structured to provide clear insights to what's driving the expenditures. Rather than itemizing individual capital replacement schedule, we've separated out net new investments from our maintenance replacement needs that are required to maintain or meet the level of service as set by council. The capital budget aligns with our financial planning with council's directive to optimize service levels while ensuring long-term infrastructure sustainability. So we've broken the expenditures into key categories, such as roads, bridges, water, stormwater, and equipment, and detailed funding sources, including reserves, grants, and equipment sales to provide complete financial picture. This helps us visualize how we can plan and evenly distribute reserve contributions and show investment trends by area over time. So we will review the capital construction projects in more detail following the capital breakdowns. Historically, council has approved a 5-year capital plan, but we've always managed the capital construction solely in the annualized or the annual current year budget. And so as discussed previously with council and moving forward, we'll start project designs earlier. Which projects are designed earlier will be based on funding source availability and the cash flow funding by source. So this approach will help us distribute project workloads more evenly, time the market better for pricing, and ultimately deliver greater value to our customers through reduced costs in that tendering process. You got it. There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Morning, Devin.
Good morning,
Ryan.
Mr. Chairman and Council. Apologies in advance, I'm fighting a bit of a cold, so if my voice is a little off or I cough, that is why, so be gentle on me if my voice gets a little scratchy. So on the screen, as you can see there, this is the 2025 capital projects and purchases. They are broken down by asset category. As Cole alluded to, you can see machinery and equipment, roads, bridges, water, wastewater, storm, IT, and parks. And then you have some pie charts at the bottom showing the funding sources and where that money is getting spent. I won't get into the details on my projects as that'll come a little bit later, but maybe Ryan, I'll pass it off to you to briefly discuss machinery and equipment.
Sure, thanks, Evan. Good morning, Chair and Council. With machinery and equipment, what we've done, and you'll see that represented on the table here, is we've broken out any net new additional equipment as well as replacement, so two different categories. So you'll see for the 2025 capital machinery equipment, which was approved by council previously for September 18th of this year, that there was one net new item there. And that allows us to continue to have full transparency. Anything that's net new means we're doing net new services or change of level of service. Any questions on that itemized line?
Okay, and again, as we go into 2026, we have those same asset categories. Total value for 2026 is 9.643 million. I should have also said in 2025 it's 7.961 for 2025, and again 9.643 for 2026. And you can see in one of the columns there's the net new additions. I should have maybe alluded that before, and replacement / upgrade. So replacement upgrade is Ryan's replacing a grader for a grader. I'm rebuilding a road for a road kind of thing. A net new addition is Ryan's purchasing a brand new scraper or something like that, something like we don't have before. So I just thought I would clarify that before we move on. And Ryan, if you want to go over the 26 machinery equipment.
Yeah, so 2026 machinery equipment is $3,745,000. All the items that we're looking for approval there are purely replacement to maintain current level of service.
And then you can see the pie charts at the bottom. A good chunk of the capital is going to roads and heavy equipment for 2026. You'll see that fluctuate a bit year over year in the asset categories, just depending on when they come up in the schedule.
Right, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically for 2026, you're anticipating no new additions of equipment at this point in time, but obviously, you know, if something comes up, then we'll have to adjust that next year, correct?
Correct. There's no net new additions for
Correct.
26.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So for 2027, again, for machinery equipment, again, we're not looking for any net new additions, just to maintain current level of services with replacement value of $3.83 million for machinery and equipment.
Add one thing too with the M&E portion of our capital budget, and I know we've talked about this previously, and it'll make more sense when we get into the operations segment of the budget. But we are looking to improve the level of service by getting more out of the equipment that we already own and that we use, not by adding more to our capital equipment fleet or our heavy equipment. So when we go through that, we'll talk about what those implications are and the operating costs associated with it, but the replacement schedule at this point in time remains the same as what was previously identified.
Yep.
Again, for 2028, for machinery equipment, the amount we're looking at is $3.935 million. Again, all items there for replacement and upgrade to maintain current level of service. And as Cole mentioned, our focus is on maximizing utilization of current existing equipment and extending the life expectancy of those machines. Then for 2029, more of the same, just over $4 million for machinery equipment with the same strategy and approach for maintaining a level of service to support the residents and community of Lethbridge County.
Any questions before we get into the capital project details? Okay. So for this year's budget, council has been provided with detailed project lists, including individual project estimates, to ensure a full understanding of the proposed capital construction costs. To protect the integrity of future tenders and the municipality's economic interests, we've omitted specific project values from the public portion of the meeting. Instead, the public presentation shows the consolidated annual project values by funding source. We will review the scope of the projects in detail during this meeting. However, if council wishes to discuss specific project budgets, we recommend moving into a closed session under Section 25 of FOIP to protect the economic interests of the municipality and integrity of our estimates. With that, I will get into the 2025 capital budget for infrastructure. So the first project on the list is titled Group Country Residential Microsurfacing. So this project includes microsurfacing application for Mountain Meadows, St. Marie Estates, and Park Lake Estates country residential subdivisions. The existing road structures are holding up quite well, but the surface is cracked and oxidized. This treatment will smoothen and seal the surface and protect the base from water infiltration. So if you've ever seen microsurfacing before, it's about a maybe 1/2 inch to 1 inch coat of oil and very small aggregate. They place it over top of your existing road. It fills in all the divots. It smoothens things out, and it looks like a brand new paved road. It seals the surface up really nice and is a great option for light traffic roadways such as residential subdivisions compared to an overlay, which is quite costly in comparison.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on that one. What do you do if you get that crap on your vehicle?
You will not get that product on your vehicle because it will cure in place and it will not track up on your wheels. Thank you for the question.
Just for council, so in this one that you have here, it is a more detailed version than what's on the screen, so if you want to follow along here, there is more detail in these ones too. Sorry,
Thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Lauren, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is the comparison in life expectancy between that and repaving?
So
Putting on another layer of pavement.
So paving, you'll probably get another 20, 25 years out of that. This microsurfacing, you're gonna get, I would estimate 15 to 20 out of it. It does last quite a long time and is good for those roads that see a lot of light traffic. If it was a heavy truck traffic road, I wouldn't be recommending it, but these country residential subdivision roads where the surface is oxidized, there's cracking everywhere, this seals up the surface nice. It will fill in anything like wheel path rutting or anything like that, give you a nice smooth surface, and it'll look like brand new asphalt. Doesn't last as long as an overlay, but it's significantly less money than your typical overlay. And it gets done in a shorter time window as well.
Morris and then John.
I heard you say, thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you say much less than an overlay, but how much less is it?
I'd have to grab my price detail
Well,
sheet.
not exactly. Correct.
It's, I would say 25%, 25 to 30% of an asphalt overlay, if that. Yeah. Yeah. I am gonna grab my sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Devin, this is basically like just, preventative maintenance on this. This is sort of like,
Correct.
Routine, regular painting of your house just to prevent it from deteriorating to the point where we would have to go in and do a major renovation on it then.
Correct, yeah, you bet. Okay, the next one is called sanitary sewer pipeline lining. So this includes the rehabilitation of several segments of sanitary sewer pipeline. This is in Shaughnessy and the Broxburn Business Park, so about 875 meters in Shaughnessy and about 1,350 meters in the Broxburn Business Park. Shaughnessy does have clay tile sanitary sewer pipe, and lining the pipe will give it about another 70 years of life. It's a very non-intrusive method to extend the life of your sanitary sewer system and reduce the risk of failures. As you probably know, clay pipe is prone to failure with time, especially if the ground is disturbed. Anywhere around that pipe, it can start to crumble and collapse. So this will include, like I say, about 875 meters in Shaughnessy, and I've also included the Broxburn Business Park. We are currently looking at some CCTV footage to determine the best areas to do this lining in. I have included the whole park, but we may be able to reduce that a little bit, and that is primarily due to groundwater infiltration getting into those sanitary sewer pipes and inundating our wastewater system in the Broxburn Business Park. We have done some fixes over the years to manholes that were leaking, but we are still seeing a significant amount of groundwater getting into that system. So by lining the pipes, we will reduce the amount of inflow into those sanitary sewer pipes and minimize the amount of groundwater making it to our wastewater system.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the clay pipe and the PVC pipe, so the PVC pipe, is that not, you can't use that one for these kind of sewer, the sewer and these pipes? But because, you know, if you use a PVC pipe, you wouldn't have to be, because Brockburn isn't there that long yet.
Correct. So what we found with the sanitary system with Broxburn, as we have with other assets out there, is it wasn't installed entirely correctly, and there are some leaks in the PVC pipe where the PVC pipe comes in sticks, and you put there's a bell on one end, you shove the other end of the pipe. Some of those were not sealed properly, so we're seeing some water infiltration come into there. So we're not repairing it due to age, we're repairing it due to some portions that were incorrectly installed at the time.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember correctly, in Diamond City, there's a significant amount of infiltration into the sewer system as well. Is there a plan in place to eventually do that to the sewer lines in Diamond City as well?
We are actually still currently investigating the source of that. We did do a report and we did do some fixes, but we're still currently investigating the source. And if it does show that some of the sewer lines are leaking, we will proceed with the lining project to minimize that.
Thanks. So this lining, I've known it to be good and traditional when you're dealing with clay pipes, but it can be used with PVC as well then? So,
Yep. Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you used it on PVC pipes before?
I haven't, no. We have used it in Shaughnessy on the clay tile pipes.
Okay.
But it'll be the same process with PVC pipes.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
I've used it previously on cast iron PVC pipes. It essentially becomes its own pipe, so it doesn't really matter what the source material is of that pipe. It essentially becomes its own pipe within that.
Okay. So the next project is Malloy Phase 2B. This is the South Coaldale Stormwater Management Facility. So this includes the construction of a stormwater management facility immediately south of the Cottonwood subdivision in Coaldale. This project will form part of the larger storage and conveyance system currently under construction in Coaldale. They're currently constructing the conveyance system and rehabilitating the raw water reservoirs in Coaldale right now, and this will form part of that conveyance system. And upon completion, this project will add an additional 100,000 cubes of stormwater storage to the system. The next one is Range Road 225, otherwise known as the CPKC Road. Includes 1.3 kilometers of rehabilitation of the CP Road from Range Road 22, from the KIP Road to the CPKC marshalling yard through cement stabilization and double chip seal. That existing road is in quite poor condition and does require continual maintenance. There is quite a bit of traffic, employees going into the CPKC yard. So upgrading this road will provide them with a better level of service and will extend the life of that road quite significantly. Next is your typical local bridge replacement, 79834. So this is located on the KIP Road, just immediately north of Colehurst. The current bridge is projected to reach the end of its life cycle and will require placement. And we have applied for STIP funding for this project. Now this one, there is a good chance that we will be able to just remove this bridge entirely. We have talked to the LNID, and they are doing a pipeline project currently. And initially, their pipeline, it came from the north down towards the KIP Road, towards this bridge file, and they stopped it on the north end of the KIP Road. We said, can you extend it through the KIP Road so we can eliminate that bridge file completely? It extends a bit of pipe to their work, and there's a little bit more cost associated on their end to do that, but they did agree that that was probably the best way to go about it, and if we are willing to pay for the additional costs that they're going to incur to cross our road, we'll get rid of that bridge file. So there's a good chance that this bridge file will not be replaced, and the funds may be used towards basically paying back LNID for their contract, for them to contract that work out to remove the bridge and extend their pipeline across the road.
Could you elaborate a little bit for the public or anybody watching that in council in general of what are the advantages of doing that?
So the big advantage is that we basically take a bridge out of our inventory and we don't have to worry about maintenance or replacement ever again. It's gone. That's one great benefit with the irrigation districts converting to pipelines is we're able to get rid of some of our bridge files, which means we don't have to replace them. We don't have to maintain them. You don't have a road sometimes narrowing over top of a bridge file crossing, so agricultural equipment can have greater access, and it actually works out better for the LNID in this specific instance because the south side of the road has a bigger area for them to have their outfall structure.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just out of curiosity, moving down, if you do go ahead with that project and put that pipe in the ground, what is our liability, say, in 20 years from when you do it, if the pipe needs to be replaced? Is it still our responsibility for that section that's under the road? Or is that the LNIDs or whoever the district may be?
So with that one, because it will form part of the LNID's pipeline, it will be their asset and their responsibility if something were to occur in the future. If they need to do maintenance on it, that will be up to them to conduct that work. Okay, and then the last one for 2025 is called Broxburn Raw Water Reservoir Water Quality Enhancement. So this includes the installation of a water quality enhancement system that will improve the water quality in the Broxburn Raw Water Reservoir. The system will help clean the water by reducing odors, improving oxygen levels, and maintaining reservoir stability, which will enhance the water received by the businesses within the park. We will be applying for a grant for this project, and we will only proceed if we get that grant. And some of you may have heard the raw water quality in the Broxburn isn't the greatest at times. We have had some concerns regarding the smell of the water because businesses do use it for irrigating, washing equipment, use in their toilets and things like that, and we have had some concerns regarding the odor. So this project is to try and enhance the quality of that water.
Devin, on Range Road 22-5, you have cement stabilization and double chip seal identified. Can you maybe just speak to that cement stabilization? And I know that you have utilized that in the past, and just maybe how that's worked, and obviously you must see value in it.
Absolutely. So cement stabilization, essentially, the process is you can take an existing failed paved road and you apply cement powder at about 25 kilograms per square meter on the road itself. You come in behind with a big reclaiming machine, you mix all of that up, and you add water to it, and then it goes into a paver. It's paver laid, comes out of the back of the paver, then you compact it to get to your 98 to 100% compaction. Once that's completed, you come in behind with a double chip seal layer, which seals up the surface and has the appearance of a paved road. And then after a couple weeks, that sets up, and you come back behind and do your line painting. And you've got probably a 25-year road sitting there for about 60% of the cost of your conventional base pave.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that about the same as we did on the Irons Bank Road?
It's the same product, a little bit different methodology. This one, we'd be using the same methodology as we did on the old Highway 23 that we did the council road tour on. Yeah.
The south section.
Pardon me?
The south section.
North section. North was the paved one, yeah. And thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman, because I do have some more projects coming up with that same treatment, so.
Any other questions on the 6 items that Devin's outlined here in the 2025 budgeted projects?
Thanks. So this budget proposal is basically for a little over 4 million as the aggregate for all of it then?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Total project value for 25 is 4.1 million, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead, Morris.
curiosity question, Mr. Chairman, to Man, I'm choking up, Devin. What kind of cost you looking at those upgrades for Broxburn? Like, there's a bit of a smell down there, maybe, I go there quite often and I never smell anything that, who says it is smelly? And some of that stuff, you're not dealing with potable water, dealing on give it raw water or whatever, and I personally, I feel it's exceptional to accept that.
Okay. So, we did receive some concerns about the water quality regarding the cost. We do have, we're going to be applying for a grant. And if we do not get that grant, we won't proceed with the project. I wasn't going to present this project as completely reserve funded or anything like that. But the opportunity arose when we found this grant, and we thought, well, if we can get 50% of it covered, we will. If not, we will continue to explore other options that maybe don't have as high of a cost to it.
Thanks, Devin.
Okay, we'll go to 2026. So the first one on 2026 is Range Road 21-1, otherwise known as the McNally Road. So this includes the rehabilitation of Range Road 21-1 from Township Road 82 to Highway 508 through cement stabilization and double chip seal. So this will basically extend from the previous McNally Road project that ended at the community center and will continue down to Highway 508. The existing road is in fair to poor condition and does require continual maintenance, and drainage enhancements will also be included in this project to align with the Tiffin Stormwater Management Plan, as this project is within that basin.
Can I just highlight that this is not the same treatment as what was done on the north portion of McNally Road, just for an expectation?
Correct, yes.
That's the nicest road in the province, so this, well, it will be good, it is a different application at a reduced cost for that next segment of roadway.
Okay, and then the next project is Range Road 23-4, otherwise known as Old Highway 23. And this is phase 2 of this project, which is about 3.2 kilometers. So this includes the rehabilitation of Range Road 23-4 from Township Road, or sorry, Range Road, I have some, it looks like I have a mistake in there, I'll have to fix that. This is basically 4 kilometers of cement stabilization from where the cold in place recycled ended on the northerly section down to the tracks. We're gonna also look at that cold in place recycled and see if we can get some warranty work on that to have kind of a better riding surface on there. But this project will take it from that southerly limits down to the railroad tracks, using the same process as we did on the northerly end of that roadway.
Thanks. Once that is completed, will that facilitate the lifting of the permanent road ban on that?
So we can from the railroad tracks north. However, further in the budget, I do have one more project for this road where it does the final leg of that portion. So then the whole leg. Correct.
Right.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot what that said. Kevin, and then more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you heard from many people on that road, if they like it or not?
Well, there was definitely a lot of calls during construction, but I haven't, after everything was said and done, I haven't really heard anything from the public regarding that section of road, no.
I have, and it sounds like they're pretty happy, so.
Oh, perfect. Glad to hear. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you talked about warranty, are you completely satisfied with the product? Is there problems with, when
So-
you mentioned warranty, I'm just curious.
Yeah, and I didn't point it out on the council road tour, and I should have. So on Old Highway 23 on the northern portion from 519 south, I did 2 miles of that treatment. On the southerly end we did a cold in place recycled treatment, I believe 1 or 2 years ago. And we weren't happy with the result and the contractor wasn't happy, and they said they were gonna come back and fix that section up a bit. So that's where we basically ground down 4 inches of asphalt, add a little bit of oil, and packed it back down in place. That's different than the cement stabilization process. And the smoothness just didn't turn out how we wanted it to. So they have said that they would come back and fix that section up for us.
On that, Devin, just with the cement stabilization, you're comfortable and confident moving forward that we would have the support of the contractor if we were to run into issues or anything like that, just because it is, I know it's not new, but it's relatively new to us.
Yes, I am quite confident. No matter what contractor wins the bid, we always have a warranty provision built into the RFP, and I was happy with the contractor who did the work this year, because they did come back and they did make it right, and they did do whatever I asked them to do to make it smooth and to everybody's satisfaction. So I'm not overly concerned about having warranty work done on those.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just on the McNally Road one, you will be looking at the drainage on the south end and going to the east there where all that water's sitting, because it really is making a mess out of that road there by the feedlot.
That's correct, yes. There is some enhancements required both downstream and upstream. And what we want to do with this project is ensure that we set it up so when we do further enhancements, this isn't going to be a pinch point or anything like that. We have to come back and put another culvert in or anything like that. We'll do some ditch grading along the road. We'll make sure the centerline culverts are adequately sized, so when further upgrades happen, that section is ready to go, essentially. Okay, and so we've got another bridge file replacement again, 77523. So this is on Range Road 22-1, about 9 kilometers northwest of Picture Butte. This current bridge is projected to reach the end of its life cycle and will require replacement. And as always, we will apply for STIP funding for this bridge replacement. And then finally for 26, we have River Ridge Road rehabilitation. So this includes the rehabilitation of River Ridge Road from the Highway 3 intersection to Township Road 9-2 through cement stabilization and double chip seal. So River Ridge Road is that portion of road that runs by Headwater and El Dorado RV and goes to the Colehurst intersection. So this will include the entire paved portion and the gravel portion going back to the intersection. So when you come off that intersection, it's going to be a hard surface the whole way. We will work with operations to do a shoulder pull on that gravel section just to ensure it is to the proper width before we come in there and do a cement stabilization. But that is the intent for this project, and it's about 2.2 kilometers in length.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this cement stabilization stuff, have you used it or had heavy equipment on there? How does it hold up to that?
Thank you for the question. It actually, I'm quite happy with how it's holding up. The south portion of the Iron Springs Road many years ago had that same treatment done to it. Now the smoothness of that section isn't great, but we have refined that over the years, but it is holding up quite well. What you will see in the first 1 to 2 years is some reflective cracking coming up just because cement inherently gets hard and a little bit brittle, so you see a little bit of cracking. We have our spray patching machine, we spray all those cracks, and then after a couple years it really reduces the amount of cracking that occurs. And just from our experience with that section of the Iron Springs Road, it is holding up very well. There is a lot of heavy agricultural traffic in that area, and it seems to be holding up nicely.
Thank you. I think you mentioned this, but I mean, on the River Ridge Road rehabilitation project, so is it going to include the intersection and then all the way through and past Headwater and El Dorado RV to
Correct.
the end of the old paved section then?
Correct, all the way from the Highway 3 intersection south to the end of the asphalt south of Headwater.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that area that is currently gravel will be concrete base stabilized at?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Devin, maybe on Kevin's question, is a cement stabilized road a cement stabilized road, and that is a, like there's one thickness or however you would apply it, is it, or is it like a mill and overlay where you would have different, I guess, you know, heights of material you're putting down, or is it pretty much the same?
It's pretty standard to go a foot down. You can go a little bit thinner, and sometimes you need to, depending on the material that you run into. But a 12-inch treatment depth is very standard across the industry. Yeah.
Thank you. Quite close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, like with the Iron Springs Road, you said it's a little rough. And, you know, it's not a bad thing that it's a little rough, because, I mean, at least you don't have people flying around 120 kilometers an hour on there, and people, they stay at the limit of about 80 kilometers, and that's about what you should be going on those roads. Plus that the truck traffic that's on there, it probably doesn't go any faster than about 60.
That's correct. It is a bit of a speed deterrent to have a rough road, I guess. Yes.
Thanks, Devin.
Thank you. So for 2026, we're proposing a total project value, or I guess program value, of $5.74 million. Okay, we'll move on to 2027. Got a bunch of little projects, so to speak, in 27. So the first one is Township Road 92 overlay. So Township Road 92, otherwise known as the Walmart Express, from 43rd Street to Range Road 21-2. This section of road is scheduled for an overlay to preserve the existing road structure. So this obviously is projected to meet the end of its life cycle in 2027 through our asset management program. And as such, we are budgeting for that in 2027. Now, we do have our assessments coming up in 2025, so some of these priorities may change based on in-field condition assessments, but for now in 2027, we are proposing that portion have an overlay completed on it.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is that all of the existing pavement?
No, this is 1 mile of the existing pavement. The other 2 miles are coming up in a later year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the next is Range Road 20-5 overlay. So this includes an overlay of Range Road 20-5 from Highway 512 to just south of the Vista Meadows subdivision road. This road is showing signs of oxidation and cracking and will require an overlay to preserve the road structure. I will be looking at this one in a little bit more detail upon our updated assessments next year to see if this is the right procedure to rehabilitate this road. We may look at alternative methods, but for now I've left it in here as an overlay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But this section of road is, the link pathway parallels it correctly? Yeah.
Yeah, it terminates just, I'm trying to think, just north and east, phase 1, I believe. Yeah, it's very close to this area.
Okay. Will the construction of the link pathway have any effect on this, or any modifications needed?
So I'm not planning on doing any grade raising or lowering. So the elevation that the road is at will stay pretty consistent. I mean, an overlay, if I put on 4 inches, we're talking about that much of a difference. So the link pathway could tie into that structure quite easy.
The reason for that, having that chip road or paved road there, is that because we have this subdivision there?
I would speculate, yes, we can look into it, but I would speculate probably when the subdivision came in, that road was paved because it ends just south of the subdivision.
So that means we do get extra costs because of subdivisions coming into the county that way.
There is some, tax
Because
generation from that area.
We are catering to those people, right?
It's
Well, just-
primarily
just to
serving.
put it blunt, yeah, because I mean.
don't mean that the way Don Cherry did, right?
No, but I mean, it's a tremendous amount of cost to us.
Mhm.
And, you know, doesn't look like we're gonna get our money back that way. If you know what I mean. You're not saying anything.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks. If I could give a little bit of a retort to that, when we put a residential subdivision in, those people pay a significantly higher amount of taxes on a per square foot or per acreage basis. So, you know, if the road was put in at the time that the subdivision was done, I think that you know, the taxes that they've paid on there certainly should offset any maintenance we have on the engine.
It wasn't the idea that we were gonna get into detail.
Thank you for leading us down that path. Morris and then Cole. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, it's not just the cost of your upgrading on the roads down on there, you know, like, I think it's an additional, you know, great thing happening in the county that you see things like that happening. If those things were stopped because of our costs on the roads or whatever down there, I think we would be a dead county pretty quick. So I look at it a positive way. It's-
What do you say? Thanks, Morris. Quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Vanderveen. I just wanted to point out, and I'm not to say that it never matters, and it obviously does from an economic development standpoint, and everything that we do is in the best interest of all of our residents. And when we evaluate these, there is a combination of factors, and this will continue to evolve and improve as we roll out our second phase of asset management. But essentially, we're looking at the impact of the roadways that we repair. Some of those are based on the deteriorated state. Some of those are based on mitigating further deterioration. So if we talk about water ingress, so to try and time those where you may do a road that's not necessarily the worst condition road, but the overall long-term financial implications of not doing that road would be greater, because then we may need to do a full replacement or repaving versus a microsurfacing, as was noted earlier. And when we look at it from traffic volumes, traffic types, traffic counts, and ultimately that translates to the overall user experience and the impact there. It's a combination of factors. Could be risk, could be safety, could be condition, it could be that serves a number of businesses. So when we evaluate these, just for the public, I want to be very clear, we're not selecting roads based on how much taxes somebody may pay versus somebody else. That the tax rate is set at the ratios, by council in the most proportionate way to generate that revenue. But I just wanted to point that out, and I don't want to say that never becomes a factor, because it absolutely does in an economic development standpoint, where the amount of investment comes down to the amount of return to ensure that nobody else is subsidizing that development, where the county may invest in some of that infrastructure. But when we talk about our replacement of our assets and maintenance of those, that's not a factor for consideration.
Thank you, Cole. Go ahead, Devin.
Great, thank you. So the next project on the list is Range Road 20-5 double chip seal. So this includes the application of a double chip seal to Range Road, or sorry, that's supposed to be 20-3. Just found another error in there. Otherwise known as the Fee Field Subdivision Road. This one is just east of the McNally Road by a mile or two. It's about 1.8 kilometers long, and the treatment is just to seal up the roadway as it is showing signs of oxidation and cracking. And by doing this project, we will preserve the road structure and extend the life.
No, that was 20-3, correct, Devin? That's
20-3, yeah. Yeah, I see even the operational impact is not right on this sheet, so we have a bit of cleanup to do, but apologies for that.
Sorry, John, go ahead. And then Lauren, sorry.
Are you sure it's 20-3, isn't it 20
Oh, it is 20-5, apologies.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. It is 20-5, yeah. Thank you.
Still typo, just in a different spot.
Yeah.
So, when we, back on the initial part, you were talking about Mountain Meadows and doing a microsurfacing, and obviously there's, and you're using chip sealing as well. So could you explain a little bit of what the difference is between those?
Sure. So chip sealing is you have a larger size aggregate, similar to what we did on the old Highway 23, and that actually does add a little bit of structure to the road, and it's a great method to use on a straight road. When you're working in a country residential subdivision where there's a bunch of curves and bulbs and stuff like that, chip sealing gets very difficult because it's more of a linear process. That's where microsurfacing comes in, and it really shines. It can kind of get in and out here and there. And The microsurfacing, however, doesn't really add much of a structure. It's more of a sealing. It adds a little bit of a structure, but it really seals up the roads and makes it look like a brand new, basically paved road. So it just depends on where you're applying, what treatment you want to select.
Okay, and the size of the aggregate, I guess, is the biggest factor.
That's a big one, just how it's applied as well. It's very hard to apply a chip seal to numerous curves and bulbs and stuff like that. Microsurfacing is an easier way to have basically a better product at the end of the day. You're welcome. Okay, next is Shaughnessy sanitary sewer pipeline lining. So this is a continuation of the previous project, basically lining more segments of the sanitary sewer system in Shaughnessy, about 605 meters, includes First and Second Street. And once this is completed, then the sanitary system in Shaughnessy will be upgraded, it will be up to date, and we will be able to focus on, as I have further in the budget, other asset upgrades in the future.
So this would be the last section of it, and then Shaughnessy, as it exists, all the sewer lines would be completely lined then?
Correct, yes. Yeah, I believe that's the last one for sewer lining anyway. The next one is another bridge replacement, 79597. Is located on 20-5, just north of 10-2. Again, this bridge is projected to reach the end of its life cycle and will require replacement. We will also apply for STIP funding as part of this project.
Where is that one exactly?
This one, I believe, is north of Coaldale. 20-5 and 10-2. Yeah, I believe it's northwest of Coaldale, that area.
Would, like, if we used, like something else in there, like the pipes, that we, big pipes, would you consider that, or is that too big for that?
Pretty much every single bridge replacement project I've done is with pipes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next one is Township Road 90, or the Mountain Meadows Road isolated repair and double chip seal. So this includes completing an isolated repair and double chip seal to Township Road 90 from the city limits to the Mountain Meadows subdivision. So this year we did do some extensive repairs to that road. We did a lot of deep strength repairs, and now that we've done that, the westerly end of the road needs a bit of work, just because where you transition from gravel to asphalt, it always chips away and start to deteriorate that. So we will do probably about a 50 to 100 meter section of rebuild and then chip seal the whole thing, and that road will be good for a couple more decades until the city decides to annex it. But through discussions, it doesn't sound like that area is going to get annexed anytime soon. So at least doing a double chip and these isolated repairs will preserve that road, so we don't have to come in and do a full rebuild in 5 or 10 years.
Thank you. So that's the easterly portion you're talking about, between the city limits and the, so that's by the old Tallstrip House?
I believe so, yeah, from where you turn on Walsh Drive, where the city limits end, to the Mountain Meadows subdivision. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the event of something changes and the city does move towards annexing that the cost of us upgrading that would be something that we could talk about and negotiate in the annexation process as well.
I believe,
So,
yes.
we're not necessarily out the money if we do it and it does get annexed then.
Correct, that's my understanding, yes. Okay, the next one is Range Road 21-5, or known as the Picture Butte Golf Course Road, cement stabilization and double chip seal for about 1.8 kilometers. So that road is also in probably fair to poor, more on the poor condition end of things. This project basically will do the same cement stabilization process as I spoke to earlier, and provide basically a greater level of service on that road and extend the life quite significantly.
Yes.
We knew that. Section 25 on that one, if you guys want to discuss.
Okay, thank you. And then finally in 27 is Tiffin Basin drainage upgrades. So this includes the installation of approximately 300 meters of 1.5 meter or 1,500 millimeter storm drainage pipe to alleviate pressures upstream within the Tiffin Basin. This location is the downstream portion of the drainage system and requires additional capacity to help alleviate flooding in the area. So if you're familiar with the Tiffin Dairy, there's currently an underground 300 millimeter pipe that goes all the way under that dairy. The Tiffin drainage master plan that we received recommended twinning that to have another 1,500 mil pipe. The bridge file that we completed years ago, we have a vault there and it's queued up and it's ready to go for that pipe to slip right into that vault. So we're working on the downstream end and we're working our way upstream. And this is obviously one of the higher priority ones in the Tiffin Basin, as it is one of the pinch points in the drainage system. Camera is off, okay, good.
Call the meeting back to order at 10:19 this morning. And Devin, I will turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you. So we'll jump into 2028. So the first one for 28 is Range Road 21-1, also known as the Howe Road overlay for 4.4 kilometers. So this includes the asphalt overlay of Range Road 21-1 from Highway 512 to Highway 4. This roadway is scheduled for an overlay to preserve the existing road structure and extend its life. And as I kind of alluded to before, this is scheduled as per our asset management strategy. However, future condition assessments may push the project forward or back. But we're proposing this for 2028 for now. The next one is two bridge files, and the reason why we're proposing two at the same time is because they're basically right beside each other. So this is 79599 and 79600, which are located at the intersection of Range Road 20-3 and Township Road 10-2. This is just northeast of the town of Coaldale, and they are projected to reach the end of their life cycle in 2028. By replacing these bridges at the same time, the county will realize savings in construction and engineering costs. And as always, STIP funding will be applied for. And then finally for 28 is Township Road 10-0A or Old Highway 23, cement stabilization and double chip seal. This is the third and final phase, which will cover approximately 3 kilometers of road. So this includes the rehabilitation of Township Road 10-0A from the Palliser School entrance west to the CPKC rail crossing through cement stabilization and double chip seal. This project is a continuation of the 2024 and 2026 cement stabilization capital projects. Upon completion, the entire length of Township Road 23-4 and Range Road 10-0A, otherwise known as Old Highway 23 and Westview Road, from Highway 3 to 519 will be rehabilitated, and we can lift the permanent road ban and only apply a seasonal road ban.
Sorry for asking that.
It's all good.
Maybe a dumb question, but STIP funding, is that usually granted or is that pretty hard to get?
For bridges, it's getting increasingly hard to get because they have a finite amount of funds to work with, and basically if your bridge isn't really bad, they're saying don't apply. We apply anyway, just in case. But there are a lot of instances where our bridges are just not poor enough to meet their low bar to get funding for. So we did get one for this upcoming year. We did get a STIP grant though. So,
Go ahead, John.
Sorry. My name is Devin.
Go ahead, Morris.
Thank you. Devin, you know, like, you're gonna do some improvement on the CP rail crossing, and we ran into that once or twice before. I think when we did some improvement on it, and all of a sudden they demanded that we also put a set of lights down there. Could that happen again?
So for this project, this is just rehabilitating an existing road. We're not projecting any further traffic counts. There's no new subdivisions coming online, so I can't see any requirements from CP on their crossing as a result of this project.
Yeah. Hope so.
Thanks. Just sort of a continuation of the STIP conversation. Appreciating that funding is in place for bridges that are in very poor condition, in imminent need of replace. But can you maybe comment on the general condition of most of our bridges? If I understand it correctly, they're all very close to that anyway, are they not?
A lot of our bridges are in, I would say, fair to good condition. We are trying to obviously extend the life cycle of that bridge as much as we can. But there are a lot of bridges that we do need to obviously prioritize and rank order when it comes to replacement, and several factors are taken into account, but obviously the condition of the bridge itself is that number one factor because that translates directly to the safety of the bridge. So I'm not sure if that answered your question or not.
Sorry, one more. How many bridges do we have left? Because I mean, I know the number is decreasing because the irrigation districts are going to pipelines, and And, you know, as that project continues on, we're reducing the number, but where are we at numbers-wise right now?
I believe, and I would have to double check again because there was a few bridge removals in the past few years, but I believe we're around that 150 mark. We might be just below that now, but I would have to double check that number. But we are slowly going down.
Yeah, rough numbers.
Yeah. Okay, and then, so just to summarize for 28, we do have total program value for 28 of 5.13 million. And then finally, 2029, Township Road 9-2 overlay. So this is the, I guess, the easterly 2 miles of the, otherwise known as the Walmart Express, Township Road 9-2. So this is going to be from Range Road 21-2 to the Broxburn Road. And as I mentioned with the previous project for this section of road, that is where it is scheduled in our asset management program, but future condition assessments may move that project further or closer depending on the condition of the roadway, but we have it slated for 2029 for now. And then finally, we've got Shaughnessy infrastructure upgrades. So this is water, stormwater, and road improvements. So in 2029, we'll have all the sanitary infrastructure within the hamlet upgraded, so now we can concentrate on working on the streets, stormwater, and upgrading some of the water mains within the hamlet. So this particular project will include the reconstruction of First Street and a portion of Third Street in Shaughnessy. Water mains and service connections will be upgraded along First and Third Street. Stormwater retention ponds will be constructed, and sidewalks replaced and things like that. So for 2029, we've got a total program value of 6.58 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, are we done in Shaughnessy?
There are further phases to Shaughnessy after this project. However, this is upon completion of the lagoon project and some of those lining projects, this is the next up in the priority list because First Street needs some work.
Yeah, that would be the last street that we do, right?
Well, there are other streets in our asset management program for upgrades, but First Street, are you asking if it's the furthest south street in Shaughnessy? Yeah. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are there sidewalks on both sides of streets there, or just one side?
I guess it would depend which street. I believe First Street has it on both sides.
It's a mix, though, throughout Shaughnessy.
Yeah. With that, that's my 25 through 29 capital budget.
Awesome. Thank you, Devin.
Thank you.
There we go.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, we're there. I'd like to present the capital budget for parks for 2025. We have one project. It's the Turn Community Playground and Recreation Area. So this is a community-driven project that includes a new playground structure and a multi-court for pickleball and basketball. The Turn Community Group is leading this project, has applied for a provincial grant through the Community Facility Enhancement Program, and Lethbridge County is committed to match the grant up to $150,000. This project would only proceed if the grant funding is received. So we do see the impacts here with the project will enhance community health and well-being and increase the quality of life and community vibrancy.
Questions on that one?
So, so why is that one in turn, why is that need upgrading down there? Because that's a pretty nice playground already.
So this is where we're at with that structure there. There was some work done about 10 years ago, so it's needing a refresh and rehabilitation because the community has come forward with their vision of what they're driving and what they want to for their community. We've committed to match those amounts.
Nothing to sneeze at, Morris.
So what will stay there is an existing swing set that's there. That swing set will stay. So this is replacing the smaller playground structure with the new structure, which does need to be replaced.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep. And then for parks as well, in 2026, we have one project This is Mountain Meadow subdivision pathway rehabilitation for about 3 kilometers. So this includes the rehabilitation of an old red shell pathway in the Mountain Meadow subdivision for approximately 3 kilometers using limestone. The existing pathway is in fair to poor condition and requires continual maintenance. This project will reduce pathway maintenance and enhance the durability and long-term sustainability of that pathway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, is it because the red shale is scarce that you're going to be using limestone, or is the limestone better than the red shale?
Twofold, thank you for that question. The red shell, we're not able to purchase red shell, and red shell actually, compared to limestone, is it's an inferior product. Creates dust, it breaks down, degrades, versus the limestone provides more stability and structure, it drains better. We did a small portion of limestone trail this year as a project in the Broxburn, and we're really happy so far with those results with the limestone compared to red shell pathway. I think with that, that's the last component for capital projects. Thank you.
Any questions at this point? Awesome, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Any capital budget questions before we move into operating? You guys took it pretty easy on Devin up there, so. I'm also sick, if that helps. That's, yeah. We will move into the operating budget portion of the 2025 to 2027 budget. So just as a bit of background and for operating budget consideration, the 2025 operating budget reflects a year of transition and growth as we finalize the implementation of our new financial management system that commenced in 2024. Well, this financial system transition did present challenges in preparing this year's budget. It provided us an opportunity to take a deeper look at our historical budgeting practices, actual expenditures, expense categorization, and to reconcile budgets for 2025 through 2027 to better reflect real expenditures and trends by expense type. This year's budget is packaged differently to highlight meaningful changes in expenditures and ensure a transparent and holistic conversation about our financial planning. So in just a few minutes, Justin's going to do a review of what exactly they are and how to use them, but we've introduced waterfall diagrams, and as such, we focused on the expenditures as these directly translate into operational activities in our service delivery. Some departments may show increased expenditures. These changes may reflect direct costs from scope or escalation changes, but some may be functions of budgets transferred from other departments. Similarly, certain expenditures, such as those for gravel crushing or equipment replacement, may appear in a specific year or years due to activities occurring in there, but they are planned for on a multi-year schedule. As a result, not all expenditures depicted in the waterfall diagrams are a direct translation of the tax impacts in any given year. This approach allows us to clearly visualize changes in activity levels, cost escalations, or shifts in levels of service. Roll-up summaries by division and organization highlight the net impact to expenditures and subsequent tax implications. Strategic priorities this year focus on building team capacity, improving customer experience, and enhancing operational levels of service. So as part of our operating forecast, we've worked to anticipate known potential impacts. However, to account for unplanned or unknown expenses, contingency funds have been added to the CAO budget for 2025 and the divisional director budgets for 26 and 27. This approach allows us to better track unanticipated impacts or changes to planned activities and report them more transparently. Before these contingencies are implemented in 26 and 27, we do need to work on defining the qualifying terms for those expenses and to ensure consistency and accountability. So we'll work on our delegation of authority and that. But historically, what's happened is when we have a known expense or an increase, like say we have a service contract that we know what that increase is going to the year, we capture that. For a lot of other expenses where we don't have, we look at fuel for an example, we would base that off of whatever the Alberta recommended cost per liter is, factor in our contract, and assess that. But we have a number of other expenses that we index at a 2% inflationary value or that we hold consistent. And so there's a number of unknowns in those. And so rather than padding individual budgets or department budgets, we've tried to reflect the budget as lean as possible and centralize those contingencies so that we don't have unnecessary padding throughout. And we do need to work on what, the reporting aspect to council, but this should give us a better depiction of capturing those changes and what they are versus maybe having too much or too little padding in the wrong places. And so that's a difference in this budget than what we've done historically. In 24, we did have a number of cost reduction strategies that were successful, such as a 5.3% reduction in fuel costs. One of our biggest material expenses is fuel. And the 2025 budget reflects this, but it also reflects a number of escalating external pressures beyond our control. Some of these include the carbon tax increase, benefit escalations such as CPP2 contributions, inflation, contracted service rates, and increasing cost of materials and supplies. As costs to equipment are higher, you will see services by other departments increase in each department or each division across the board, and these include cost distributions from fleet and IT. The overall budget aims to balance these challenges with strategic investments to ensure sustainable, efficient, and responsive operations, delivering value to our residents while navigating current economic realities. So we'll get into a bit of a summary and some waterfall charts, but maybe just as an overview, does anybody have any questions?
Perfect. I'll just draw your attention to the screen. Some of these are the operating revenues that we have included and forecasted for. Of course, the balance of the revenue will be collected through taxation. And then here's a list of some of the general operating expenditures that we have looked at and we've taken into consideration going forward. So now I'll have Justin come up and give an overview and a run through on how to read a waterfall and what is a waterfall chart.
So we might just need 2 minutes to pull up. He's got a separate presentation to walk through. As far as the definitions of the different expenditure types, we weren't planning to run through those. So if you have any questions on those, by all means, you can ask Justin when we go through them, but we figured everybody's read them or we can reference back as we go through. Did you email that to the... Okay. Can we take Mr. Chairman, can we just take a 5-minute break?
we'll call the meeting back to order at 10:42 this morning. And Justin, floor is yours.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. My name is Justin Ellis, for the record. And because we are introducing a new chart to the budget presentation, we felt it would be helpful if we went through exactly how to read the charts. So here's a little introduction together for you. Why did we choose to use the waterfall charts? It's to increase transparency to council by highlighting the factors driving changes between budget requests year over year. The title here is used to indicate the department. There's a chart for each department. The subheading indicates the context for the bars, in this case year over year budget variance. And then the variance is summarized by year. The difference between the two is provided. And this area bridges 25 versus 24, 26 versus 25, and 27 versus 26. You read the chart from left to right, and the starting point's 2024. The red buckets indicate an unfavorable variance, red's bad. The value quantifying the variance is provided right below, in this case 6,000.
Red is not bad, red is down. Or not bad. Not, bad is not, we don't use that term. For clarity, for the minutes?
Just to clarify, red means that your expenditures are higher than anticipated.
Not than anticipated, it's just that they're going up.
Oh,
They're just going up. It's just,
Okay.
it's an increased expenditure, green is a decreased expenditure.
So nothing to do with anticipated costs or budget
No,
costs, it's just higher.
It's just directly reflecting expenditures, yeah.
Yeah, so note that this is not the total value for the bucket. Instead, it's a representation of a change in the value year over year. The green buckets indicate a favorable variance versus the previous year. And an example here is, in this bucket, 40,000 more was transferred to reserves versus the previous year. Not a total of 40,000 was transferred, but 40,000 more was transferred versus the previous year. So the
Wait,
full bridge from
Justin, just one second.
Those are actual dollar values, not percentages or anything when we're looking at them?
Those are actual dollars, yes. The full bridge from budget 24 to 25 ends here, so you begin with 24, you bridge to 25, the difference between budget 24 and 25 is 70. And we do the same thing for 25 to 26. And we bridge from 26 to 27. Red is unfavorable, green is favorable, and in there. The waterfall bucketing terminology that's included here is the same that was in the package that was circulated prior to the meeting. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to go through them. Otherwise, I will take any questions or go back to any other charts. So I'm feeling a little bit more familiar with waterfall charts now.
Yeah, and maybe once we get into Justin, maybe then that's an opportunity if there is more questions on the actual chart itself and the layout. Yeah. Thank you.
Just while we pull up the other presentation, I just want to thank Justin. Those, as clean as those are, that was not an easy task to build those out and consolidate the data. And so being able to bucket it this way, we can talk about each of these items and what's really changing. And so just a huge thank you to him for helping us put those together. So we're going to start with council's budget. It is an election year, so we do have increased IT requirements. Some of our, and you'll see this in every budget, some of our transfers to reserves have changed in an effort to normalize some of these expenses. Well, we did a good job in some areas of capturing the ongoing or planned operating expense. Other areas ebbed and flowed more than were necessary. And so some of the transition is to get our contributions to reserve to a more consistent level. So example, like server upgrades that we know is planned for, that we're not trying to spread that out all in one year. And we are trying to capture that as best we can and plan for that over whatever that, I think that's a 4-year cycle, over the 4-year cycle for that. So, but that'll take a little bit of time. So we do have a scope increase. Part of that is the, just the election year component. You gotta look here, because my eyes, I can't see that on my screen. The grants to other organizations, the 6 is the contributions to, specifically to the Coaldale Accessoride Handy Bus Organization. It was a commitment that council made this year. The workforce escalation, so you'll see there's some ups and some downs. One of the things that we have done, we did do, as part of our compensation review, we did do a comprehensive review across the province for all positions, including council. But one of the changes that we wanted to make, where it consolidates the compensation for council, is to remove it out of our subsistence and travel to reduce the amount of paperwork there. And so we have enough data to actually distribute that based on council's obligations, and then we roll that into the allowances and salary for council. So that's really just more of a change of bucketing to reduce the amount of administrative burden and to reduce the amount of tracking required for council. And then we have general escalation, which just inflationary changes to benefits. You will see a decrease in the first year. That is a reduction in operating projects, which was related to the 60th anniversary. And then the transfers to reserves. So one of the things that we've done historically that we're trying to change is essentially with council's discretionary fund and the grants and contributions to other organizations, it was almost reconciled at the end of the year. And so they would just take whatever variance, and then we would, as part of that budget roll-up, make and book those transfers to those specific reserves. What we want to do is plan for based on the expenditures. So we're seeing an increase here. However, it's just being captured differently, because we're saying up front, this is the amount that we need to contribute at this moment in time to maintain the contribution levels that council, or the obligations that council has out of those reserves, rather than waiting to the end of the year and then essentially reconciling those accounts. So we've tried to capture that as part of the budget, because it does formulate the budget in an effort to be a little bit more transparent. And then, as you can see, for the next couple of years, fairly standard changes. We've got the index escalation, and then changes to operating projects, and some of those will be a variety of initiatives or routine initiatives. We have some things like council orientation, obviously going into an election year that comes in next year that's not in this year, and those types of things. And so those are contributions to reserve that will get funded from that, so that won't have a direct impact to the tax impact in that year, but you can see the fluctuation there as it drops in year 2 versus year 1. So pretty straightforward year over year for this, aside from the change. If council is still okay with consolidating the travel allowance, the subsistence, and reimbursements, then People and Culture, our Director of People and Culture, Jared Zeller, has those necessary changes to the remuneration policy for council that we can adopt at the same time as budget. Any question on councils? So we can move into the roll-up. Again, you'll just see that the total expenditure is really just capturing those increased transfers to reserves, the grants to other organizations. There is a reduction in operating projects, and then another services by other departments, and that's those IT-related costs. Aside from that, fairly straightforward and consistent year over year.
Quidlorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, just looking at a few things like salaries, wages, and benefits. Why is the drop in 26 from 25, and then it goes back up again in 27?
Because that's the wrong slide. We caught that before we went, and we just have to update that slide. So that wasn't indexed properly. It is correct in the roll-up, and we'll put that on the parking lot, and we'll send the right slide. It must have just not got updated, because in your document, this just must be an older version, so.
What document?
You got one from sent to you last week, probably, or Sunday.
Oh, he's got the different one there.
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
have
we're
one.
just gonna,
Oh, that's okay.
no, this is good, because there's some changes here, so, we just pulled up the wrong file when we flipped back, so we'll just pull up we'll pull up the right file. My apologies, that has been indexed in the total roll-up. Thank you, Counselor Hickey, for catching that.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the only one I ever got.
let's make sure we've got, is it? Yeah, so we've got it linked online. The downloaded copy's not updating, but Justin, if you don't mind adding that just to the parking lot, we'll send out that roll-up summary to council here. We'll do that when we break, but that index is just at 2%. So the waterfall's accurate on the breakout for the salaries, wages, and benefits, but the roll-up here chart just needs to be updated. Okay, that's fine. We'll update it. Thank you for catching that. I distinctly remember this because we caught it right before we sent it out, so, or right, maybe it was right after. Any questions on council remuneration? And we'll send out the, there. So we'll roll into the administrator's office. I'll start with changes to the CAO office, which looks a little bit different, and then I'll just ask the department leads for all of those roll-ups to come up and speak to their portion. So,
Cole, do you have that for the screens?
oh. Yes, that would. I'm gonna let Candace do it. Don't touch it. That's Candace. I don't know if I'm. Awesome. That's great for the public record. Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Not sure what it is, but I got issues anyway. CAO office expenditures. So the 2025 budget increases, this looks probably like a more radical jump percentage-wise than it is based on the initiatives as discussed with council in 2024. We've moved over, we have the manager strategic initiatives in that position, which was captured under operations previously, is moved, reports directly to the CAO office now and is leading a variety of our strategic projects and initiatives. We also consolidated, we've historically taken part in the Canadian Summer Jobs Grant, where we have students through the summer. Those two positions, typically two is this is what we've planned for, but those two positions were under operations. However, based on the restrictions with those interns, operations, well, they do utilize them and need them, they couldn't fully leverage those positions, so we've moved them into the CAO office so that we can more appropriately leverage those interns while we have them and they can support various departments and divisions. We have built in, there's some standard escalation, inflation, COLA benefits, which is the smaller amount there, changes in services to other departments, and then the larger increase of $250,000 is the centralization of an organization-wide contingency. Ultimately, what we'd like to move to is that the CAO office holds some larger contingency for organizational strategic initiatives, and that we transition our budgets to be as lean as possible, and then the division leads would also have smaller contingencies built in there to help them meet the level of service and operational requirements, and then they would escalate that if there was something that needed to. This first few years, we anticipate probably needing some of that for special projects and the rollout of some of these initiatives while we implement those. As we move forward, it would be our hope that best case scenario, we plan for that contingency and that we just set up a policy where that would transfer to reserve if we don't use it. And it's not the expectation that it would be or should be utilized. It would be to allow us to be adaptable to emergent needs and bridging our level of service obligations for those unknown changes. Years 2 and 3, so 26, 27, just standard escalation, no changes in the CAO office.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. So the contingency, it would remain relatively the same in 26 and 27 then?
Yeah, it'd be built in, and we've just left that.
Right.
We've just carried that forward. We did not index that contingency in 26 and 27 simply because we would be then adding contingency to those other departments, and we'd have a better idea as we continue to refine some of these, some of our GLs, some of our expenditure types, and dive deeper. We would have a better idea what those levels are, whether it could be reduced or changed at that time. Questions on the CAO office? I'll ask Jared to come up and he can run through his budget. Yeah.
Morning, Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. So with my budget, you'll see from 2024 to 2025, the scope increase is related to a dedicated safety position that we're looking at hiring. Part of this comes from recommendation through our core audit, so our certificate of recognition. There were some recommendations to dedicate a full-time position to that to ensure that we continue to have a safe and healthy workplace, as well as meet all of our compliance for health and safety. Sorry. Perfect. Some of the other Some of the other related costs or to scope increase would be services to other departments. So with an additional person, there would be increased cost with IT. Also, we are looking at expanding support for operations, something that we've already started to do, but want to make sure that we've captured that cost with regards to fleet. So we have a lot more visibility and presence out in Picture Butte, where the bulk of Picture Butte or Coaldale, where the bulk of our operations employees are. So we have our HR business partner and payroll and HR coordinator out there on a regular basis. In addition, we have had records management previously in the IT budget that shifted over now to the people and culture, so a slight increase there as well to reflect that in 25. For scope decrease, we initially had some contracted services within my department for health and safety as well as HR. With the addition of a full-time position, we will be able to do those in-house. So a scope decrease on contracted services. For price increase, these are some of those costs related to adding an additional employee. And also we are looking at shifting. So previously we've had all of any legal reviews, anytime I've had to engage legal counsel, we've had that rolled up under the general finance and admin or under Cole's budget. We have split that out just so we can get a better picture of what that looks like for employment-related legal support. And then the escalation, similar to what you'll see in all the departments, is related to cost of living increases, CPP, EI, benefit rate increases, and inflation for that. And then as we move into 2026, one of the things that you'll see there is a scope decrease. That's related to an anticipated retirement of an employee in the department. That does, obviously, things can change with that, but we have earmarked that as a potential reduction, and looking at not necessarily replacing that position on a full-time basis if that retirement does happen in 2026. And then you will see an increase there related to legal fees. 2026 is when we have our union our union collective agreement expiring at the end of that year, so anticipate some increased costs just having legal reviews and prepping and going through the union negotiations. And then again, just the increased transfers to IT and fleet. And then 2027, you will see the scope decrease pretty significantly there, and what that's related to is that's realizing that full position of the anticipated retirement being captured in that year. The scope increase, we will be due for another core audit, so that's every year you have to do. It's on a 3-year cycle, so every 3 years you do an external audit where you have a auditor come out and audit our program, and the other 2 years we do an internal audit. So we do that with an employee. We assign an employee to do the audit, so you'll see an increase in cost there. You'll also see some contingency built in there just to allow the work to get done without fully committing to a specific project, specific position, or anything like that. And I think that's pretty much all for my budget, if there's any questions. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll do marketing communications, and our strategist for marketing communications, Maddie Watson, will run through the overview of her budget.
Morning, Maddie.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. So yeah, I'll just take you through the marketing and communications budget for 2025, 2026, and 2027. So firstly, the scope kind of increase that you'll see for 2025 is related to wages and benefits. That's for the communications coordinator position. In 2024, we did not budget that for the full year as the position did not start until end of February. So in 2025, you'll notice that this position is fully funded. We also have made some changes to how we are doing our advertising budgets. Instead of each department having their own specific budget for advertising, we've rolled them up under my department just to kind of centralize things, better track our expenses, what we're advertising, where we're doing the ads, and to kind of align a bit more with our brand strategy. We have left advertising in planning and development as most of their ads are legislated, so it just kind of makes sense for them to live there. Another addition to the 2025 budget is the agriculture industry impact study. You might recall we did one last year, pardon me. And it just kind of, we have a third party go and collect data on our agriculture industry, the impact that it has on the province. We find these are very valuable, being able to quantify the impact of ag in the county with current data. We've used past reports extensively when applying for grants, speaking to ministers, and for investment attraction. And then you'll see the decrease for 2025 is the removal of the economic development Lethbridge funding for 2025. It was unused in 2024 and has been transferred to a reserve, but we have added that back in for 2026 and 2027 pending any kind of city decisions around EDL. For 2026, the increase that you'll see is for a website rebuild. Our current website expires in 2027, so we've allocated funds in 2026 for a new website rebuild. This cost has historically been attributed to the IT department, but we've moved it to communications and marketing, just kind of in alignment with that brand strategy that we have. Kind of a lot of that will live with my department, so we've moved it there. And then the decrease that you see in 2027 is obviously because we don't have a website rebuild, so that's not included in 27. And I believe that is all. If there's any questions?
Quiddler. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the rebuild of the website is about 120,000?
No,
It's about
50.
Yeah, so it's about 50,000. So that's the 60,000 there as far as scope decrease. So some of that is just general operating projects reduction and the website rebuild. So it's rolled into the scope increase. So the 130,000 includes the economic development regional contributions added back, plus the 50,000 for the website. So it's for a total of 130. So it's the 80 plus the 50. So that would be that red line, and then the reduction is, of the 60, is 50 of that's the website, and 10, I have to look, is just, we have some smaller operating projects that we're not doing that year as well. Did that answer your question?
Calculating the numbers out by 120 and 130.
130 from which budget?
I think he's looking at this one here. Yeah, like this
Yeah.
scope increase. Oh, and then this is
Yeah.
120. But he's not looking at these two.
So then there's the 3 and the 7 for another 10. I'm sorry, I'm just. So the 120, is that not pulling across? Let me just pull up the budget here quick. I see what you're saying now. So the total expenditures. Yes. So 130 minus the 20 is 110, plus the 10 in is 120.
So that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, I think.
But, so, sorry, I'm missing, so like, that's the 120 spread. From, oh, sorry, you guys can't see my mouse, from the 371 to the 491, but the 130, that increases the 50,000 for the website rebuild and the 80,000 for the regional economic development contributions. And then the scope decrease in that year, is, we've reduced the, we're gonna do a reassessment of the communications engagement videos, so that drops off the contributions to those. That's our regional partnership, that pilot program. And then we have a reduction in some of our, material-related costs, just with the new coordinator and stuff coming online. Does that answer, Councilor Hickey, does that answer your question? Yeah, it's the up and down. What we wanted to do was to trigger that we have to talk about each of those points, whereas historically, we would have just said, here's the net change and here's why, but sometimes the smaller incremental changes get lost in that conversation, or they appear to be a wash, but there's a major change in the level of service. So, you know, you might have a cost go up by 100,000 and something else go down by 100,000. It looks like it's flat, but we wanted to highlight why or what's changing as a result of those two elements. So I do know that they're challenging sometimes to read. And again, some of those, and we'll get more into this into operations, we'll see some large variation. And with those coming from reserves, that can be a little bit challenging too, to separate, to say, okay, this is a hard dollar cost for this year, this is also a planned cost. And we'll do our best to walk through those, but yeah, I appreciate the question, clarity.
One comment, you turned it the other way around, it would make it easier to follow. Yeah.
Oh, the numbers, you mean? Yeah. We could do that next year. You guys are gonna tell me all the things you like and don't like at the end of this, and we'll tweak it for next year. Any questions on marketing communications or further questions?
Thank you, Council.
Perfect. We will go into the emergency services expenditures. Because this is contractual, I'll maybe speak to this one with some of the changes. This one's a little harder to follow, so a significant portion of the scope increase is a combination of increased trend in emergency services calls, some of which are billable, some of which are not. So because we don't show the revenue, some of that would be offset by the billable calls. However, obviously we operate at a net loss because not all of those calls are billable. We're just seeing a greater number of calls in the county across the board as compared to 2023. Now, when we trend this out, it's not necessarily a large variance, but it is a large variance from the individual year last year. We've also signed the Regional Emergency Services Partnership. This one's a little challenging because from the expenditure side of things, there's a pretty significant increase. However, there are regional contributions to offset that position and program, and there's more costs than just the position. We do have contributions for emergency services materials, for training, for supplies, and contributions that we have to make there. So we've set that budget. That budget will get reviewed by that committee annually. So once we get going, we'll have a better understanding of what those costs are, and they should be a little bit higher in year one than they are in year 2 and 3. The scope decrease is a reduction in operating projects. It's a coincidence that those two numbers are the same. They are not, that is not an in and an out. That is two separate things. The scope increase is the Regional Emergency Management Services Partnership. The price increase is the increase in the number of calls, and then what we're seeing related to those and the billable calls. General escalation is part of that. Yeah.
And this is something that Heath can touch on, or he might know as well, but the non-billable calls, we have an idea of what the scope of those are. What are non-billable calls that we're dealing with?
So I'll let Heath answer that question.
So we do. It's, a lot of the non-billable calls are medical response calls, and those are increasing. So that's do we have the data? Absolutely. But we are noticing a serious increase in medical response by our fire departments, which concerns us because of the fire department's availability for fire calls themselves. So we're working with AHS and we're working with our stakeholders and trying to work on that as we move forward. Does that answer your question?
It does, yeah. Thank you.
There are a number of initiatives that we're working through to try and reduce those. Some of the calls that the fire departments are responding to, we're responding so that somebody does, but they're not necessarily equipped to be able to support those call types. And so Heath is doing a review of what those dispatch times are. In some cases, extending that to say, we had some areas that they were dispatching immediately, but if there was a ambulance available within 10 minutes, we had some dispatching in 0 minutes when we're trying to standardize the level of service across the county. As part of that, we are in renegotiations on our fire service agreements everywhere. And so we've projected forward into 2025. However, we anticipate we'll be operating under a new agreement as of April 1st because most of those agreements expire, but we have not finalized those. So it's difficult to make changes to this operating budget based on assumptions or projections while we still need to negotiate those details. Overall, we anticipate that our contributions just may look different. Not necessarily that there'll be more or there'll be less. We would like capital to be included in those contributions, and then it becomes a fee for service with a standardized level of service, and how the responding departments meet that level of service becomes theirs to manage versus us trying to predict or navigate when a piece of equipment should be replaced or what we need to fund for capital. So what we want to do is align our operating costs in a way that over time the revenue contributions to those municipalities make sense for them. So it's not necessarily, it's a different flow of dollars versus the way that we've been doing it historically. And I think that the fee-for-service model has been quite successful. But as such, we've left the 26 and 27 year as a placeholder based on the initial projections. So I wouldn't read too much into the 26 and 27, that if we maintain the current agreements exactly as they are, that is the flow of dollars, but we don't anticipate the agreements will look exactly the same. But that would be a discussion that will come to council when we want to make those changes. And it would just be a change in the flow of those dollars. So right now we put I think it's $222,000 a year as part of this budget into a capital reserve that essentially funds all of our partners based on the amortization schedule of that equipment for equipment that we own or partially own in those departments. What we'd like to do is get out of the capital equipment replacement business and sign into a long-term fee-for-service agreement so that both parties have stability in ensuring that those contributions are there over time, and that we're also not going to be asked to fund capital if it's captured in the agreement. We have to work through those details in the new year. So this one, it's why I'm maybe speaking to it and not Heath, is just we've done our best for this year to project forward, and then the other 2 years they will change. And what that looks like, what the flow of dollars are, we're just not sure at this time. Questions on emergency services?
Thanks, Heath.
Thank you. I didn't do much, but thank you.
What I will say is, even though our expenditures increase proportional to the calls going up, but also to Alberta transportation rates, which is what we index for, at least for the small urbans that respond. It's a little bit different with the city of Lethbridge that has a fully funded fire department and what our mutual aid looks like there. But there is a revenue recapture on the other side of this, so it doesn't tell the full story seeing those expenditures go up. We are not proportional, but we are generating more revenue in response to that as well. So there is increased revenues, and for the purposes of the budget, we've projected those forward at the exact same rate that we've projected the expenditures forward, so that we maintain those same net margins. So the general roll-up for the administrator's office, this, as a percentage, this looks a little bit higher because we've consolidated a couple of positions. There's also the net new safety coordinator position that is included in the budget, and that essentially between that and then the centralized contingency captures the bulk of the changes in the administrator's division roll-up. So you guys have any questions on the roll-up before we go to development and infrastructure? Turn it over to Devin.
All right, so we'll get into infrastructure operating budget. So for 2024, you can see there is your standard workforce escalation for salaries, wages, and benefits. Then you've got your workforce internal transfers, so that is our manager, technical services, and senior project manager coming from public operations to development and infrastructure. So that's a straight transfer over from that public operations department. We've also got further material supplies, contracted service escalations, standard inflationary rates. Again, services to other departments, your standard inflationary rates. And then we come to operating projects, which is our asset management maintenance manager implementation. And then next we've got transfers to reserve. So that's for the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee projects. That is our 20-year commitment to annually put money away to fund future projects. So that reserve has been set up in my budget, and that line item reflects that. And then we get to budget adjustments. So that is basically consolidating engineering services that we previously had in 3 separate budgets, which was public works, utilities, and infrastructure. We've now consolidated that into the infrastructure budget and reduced it slightly overall, but it does result in a bit of an increase for my 2025 budget. And then with 2026, not a lot of change from 25. Again, you've got your workforce escalation, material supplies and contracted services, and services to other departments based on your standard inflationary increases. Operating projects, again, is our maintenance manager implementation. We've got transfers to reserves, and then the transfers to reserves is, again, for the SRSDC 20-year commitment, and then our $50,000 contingency, as Cole spoke to earlier. As we get into 2027, again, your standard workforce escalation and material supplies and contracted services and services to other departments, your standard inflationary increases. Operating projects, you see that decline there because maintenance manager will be completed at that time. So that is coming off of the budget there. And then again, the transfers to reserve with that bit of an increase just to account for the SRSDC commitment. You're going to see that every year as we did add an inflationary factor to that yearly allotment that we are putting into the reserves. So with that, that is the infrastructure services operating budget. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you transferred already the new position to your budget in 24?
Correct. It happened in 24 and it's being fully realized in 25 because it was kind of split in 2024, partially in operations, partially in infrastructure, and in 2025 those 2 positions will be fully funded through infrastructure.
We just clarify that the 2024 budget didn't reflect those positions at all. So it's the full transfer. So we just wanted to capture that that's the change, but the expenditure related to those positions doesn't change as a overall organization. It's just coming out of Public Works' department and going into infrastructures. And that's the consolidation for our technical services to avoid duplication of work. So we've moved those positions out of operations and just they report to infrastructure. So this last year that they've been coded to the department that they were budgeted in, but we want to reflect where they should be captured going forward. And so that's that change.
All right, with that, I'll ask Hillary Jansen to come up to present the planning and development operating budget. Morning, Hillary.
Good morning. You know you couldn't get rid of me.
You usually come with so many friends.
I don't. Not today. Today is pretty straightforward. So I'm here just to present the planning and development budget. So going from 2024 to 2025, we do have some increases in scope, and that's due to the, mostly due to the municipal internship program and just some general wage increases, staffing changes that we had in the last year that are realized in 2025. The municipal intern is going to be here for another, almost most of 2025, so she'll be here till the beginning of November of next year. There was a contract services price increase, as you'll see on the waterfall chart there. This is due to an increase proposed by the Old Man River Regional Services Commission. They've had some budgetary shortfalls that they need to address, and as well, there's been an increase in the Lethbridge County equalized tax assessment, which is what they use to determine the membership fees. And so that's kind of where that price increase comes from. For a scope decrease, that is just a realization of budgetary savings within the Planning and Development Department budget. We saw there's some budgeting that was maybe over what we needed to have for certain services, specifically looking at technical services. When we have costs related to subdivisions, we were a little bit high on that, and a couple other ones. Escalation is obviously just the general escalation for inflation COLA, CPP benefits, etc. So that's for 2024 to 2025. Then moving forward into 2026, we have a scope decrease, which is related to the internship ending and wouldn't be funded for 6 months. We're looking to actually fund a municipal intern going forward, but it is a fluctuating internship. It's not fully funded every year because they're 18-month internship programs. Price increases would be due to the ORSC. We've included an inflationary increase for the ORSC membership fees, and then the escalation is similar to that. And that's going forward also into 2026 to 2027. So, for 2026, I forgot to mention that we also would have a decrease in projects that we're looking at. So as you probably are aware, we do have certain planning and development documents that we have to update on a regular basis. And so within those last 2 years, being 2026 and 2027, we have less operating projects. Those future years, so beyond 2027, we would probably see an increase in those again because we'll have updates to our statutory documents that are required. And then also there could be some additional projects coming online as required through the CAO's office or county council requesting different projects be done through the Planning and Development Department, which would be accounted for in those future years. So I think that covers off everything, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Hillary. Good class.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a question here. You're working with an interim till November.
Mm-hmm.
Is that kind of replacing the full-time person that we had there?
No, the internship is in addition to the coordinator of planning and development. So the internship is grant funded through the province. So a lot of we do get supported through the province for that. But there is obviously a bit of budgetary increase just because we have our burden rate for an internship, which isn't all covered by the provincial grant.
Thanks, Hillary.
Thank you. I'm also going to present the CPO budget. As you may be aware, the Community Peace Officer program is under myself, being the supervisor of that, and so I'm going to present the budget for this, the 3-year budget. So from 2024 to 2025, we have seen some cost, or we saw a slight increase in scope, and this increase in scope is due to less fine collection and focus more on education, which has been, I believe, the standpoint of County Council with regards to our CPO program. So that's where there is a bit of a scope increase. We have seen a decrease in scope just because there was an operating project from last year which isn't carrying forward year over year. It was very specific, so it'll be a cyclical. You'll see that through in future budgets beyond 2027 that there'll be probably some increases for operating projects. The timing deferred is also a similar case where we would have some supplies that would be required for the CPO program, but obviously they're not required on an annual basis, and they would come up more in that 5 to 10 year cycle. There's been a slight price increase. Specifically, we found that there was an increase for our dog impoundment contract, where they're, obviously the costs are rising for the cost to impound a dog with regards to food and resources for those for the dogs. So there was an increase there, obviously very small, but somewhat important to our program. And the escalation is due to the inflation, COLA, CPP benefits, and there is also an increase to some of the subscriptions required for the CPO program going forward. Moving on to 2025, 26 and 27, as you can see, there's very little in terms of the changes other than our just an annual price increase accounted for, and then the escalation with regards to those inflationary and COLA costs. But that covers it for the CPO program. Take any questions if there are any.
Awesome.
Great, thank
Thanks,
you.
Lorraine.
So with that, as you can see in the roll-up, for 25, we're looking at about a 48.5% increase to development and infrastructure, which is almost entirely related to the resource transfers of those two FTEs. The SRSDC reserve transfers as well make up the bulk of that increase.
Any questions for Devin at this point? Thanks, Devin.
Thank you.
The percentage is a little misleading because stuff coming out of operations proportionally is that's a lot bigger budget. But I just wanted to note, before we move on to corporate services, the slide for the council budget roll-up should be correct in the iCompass. It's correct in the public documents. Just happened to be the outdated version that we have. But Candace was going to resend it just in case you didn't have that, and that is reflected in the overall roll-up. So you should have the accurate information there. Thank you for flagging that. All right. We'll jump into corporate services. I think Kurt and I will tag team this one. Could have asked Haley to come up here, but we'll start with tax and assessment expenditures. So this one's a little bit challenging, and based on the size of our organization, some of our operational continuity can be difficult when we have departments or specialized services where that expertise lives with a very small team or a team of one. We have one assessor. He has indicated his planned retirement in about a year, or a little less than, in the spring, potentially. And so, while we don't want to move forward until we have that in writing, we do need to budget and plan for a bit of a transition. The current market for assessment services and assessors in-house is not favorable. And so what we've planned for in this upcoming year's budget is to, in 2025, do an RFP for a third-party assessment service. That would, not this spring, the following spring, we would do, so this year we would do the RFP. The planned commencement for the successful vendor would be around October, November of next year. There would be a bit of an overlap with our assessor, and then there would be a transition. So essentially, we would have to incur some additional costs in 2025 to start that process. There would be overlap into 2026. There would be the difference essentially in the partial year would be offset for that full year contract, but then we would have a partial year retirement that we wouldn't backfill. And then what you see reflected in the 2027 budget would be the essentially the net change from one year to the next of that position not being in the 27 budget. And we would have the new assessment services in place for that. We've estimated those costs based on preliminary conversations that I've had with assessment services. However, until we get that RFP, we're not entirely sure what that is. Not concerned about the 2025 budget. I feel that we can shift that start date to align with what we have budgeted, but the 26 and 27 budget numbers could be impacted based on what that final successful vendor price is. That's really the only change in assessment is the planning for that transition.
Questions?
All right, going to finance and admin. Starting in 2024, going into the 2025 year, we have a slight scope increase. Part of this is due to a FTE that was budgeted in 2024, wasn't budgeted for the entire year. So we're just adjusting that to have that position budgeted for the entire year in 2025. We've also consolidated the county's legal budget with the exception, as Jared mentioned earlier, of the legal expenses related to employee matters. But we've consolidated the legal budget in the finance and administration budget just to better track those expenses and manage that account. Transfers to other departments is also increased just to help support the demands of the department as well as some of the initiatives with software.
I made a mistake, and I'll pull up the grants to other departments. The Coaldale Accessoride is funded from finance and admin. The grants to other departments in council is the escalation cost for the contributions to the community, I believe it's to the community centers.
Yeah.
So I just mixed those two up, my apologies. On the same dollar amount, just different budgets.
Perfect. Escalation again includes general inflation, COLA benefit increases, transfers to reserves increase just as we plan for some of the operational needs that we'll have going into the future and some of the commitments that we have. We're just trying to plan for those and make sure that we are properly prepared when those obligations come due. COLA, as Cole mentioned, the grants to organizations is increased and the handicap program for that bus is in there. And then other just contains that contingency for that department just to allow with some of the costs associated with implementation of some of the new software programs as well as the finalization of our Diamond software, our financial software, and some of the additional training that will come with that as we have a lot of new employees and there's still some additional costs that need to be had with training and developing that program. Moving into the 2026 year, also I'll touch on that decrease there. That decrease in 2025 is just when we were reviewing the actual costs, we found some additional efficiencies and savings that we could make within the budget lines. In the 2026 year, we've added a bit of the 79,000. That amount contains a contingency, just as our department is currently operating fairly lean and it is in need of additional supports. However, right now we're going through this time where we're implementing some of our strategic initiatives with our workflow automation, our AI, bringing in some Diamond consumer interface, things that could optimize and help build in some efficiency. So we're not sure exactly what supports our department needs at this time, but we need to make sure we have some earmarked and some available funds for whatever the department needs.
So if I could add to that one, so we did do a review and we are, from a total FTE count, we are significantly lower than we were 10 years ago. Not that that's a bad thing with the airport excluded from that comparison, but we do know that we're getting busier when we look at call volumes, customer service trends, especially the challenges that we've had with some of our systems related to billing. We have a number of areas that are feeling those human resource pressures. However, we're reluctant. We've been reluctant to add a permanent position, so we've done that through the contingency in this first year for the implementation until we understand what the impacts of some of our workflow automation components are. So we've talked about the softwares that should help us with the paper pushing, the stuff that consumes time but is not necessarily value add and doesn't allow us to leverage our unique expertise of our team in the most effective ways. So we do have a position held here as a potential augment for customer service, for tax and utilities, for finance overall. However, we don't know 100% that that's the right place for it, or that we do or we don't need it. So we want to reflect that the planned, we need something there, but we are also very optimistic that the initiatives that we're taking this year are going to reduce that burden, and potentially we don't need that in this department. So we wanted to plan for it. We want to be transparent with that. But the reason that we haven't tried to capture that in an earlier budget is we need to make sure that we do our due diligence first before we request from council that we're going to proceed with that.
Move forward into ITs.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just when you talked about Diamond, is that the software package that does the, it's not the financial package, right?
No, that's the financial package. The budgeting component is Questica, if that's what you're, so Diamond has, or Great Plains, Diamond has we have the payroll component of that, and then we have the financial system. So that's what we've implemented. It has been a lot more taxing on the team than I think the original basket of goods that we were sold, maybe. And we were recently made aware that Diamond has been bought out and would be obsolete here in 2029. And that is guiding some of our other decisions where we're trying to build some of the capacity in other ways to remove that burden, and then we need to make a plan. We don't know that it's going to be unsupported in 2029 exactly. We're waiting for clarity. But that has put some additional strain on the team. And the financial pressures for that implementation are far greater than what was originally forecasted. And so we're trying to at least capture the learnings from that, so that if we do have to make another transition in the next few years, we can do that in a more optimal way. It's the plan. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council.
Morning, Doug.
For the IT budget for 25, we see a scope increase, and that reflects the effort to build efficiencies and capacity to increase the quality of service across the county. Part of it includes the workflow automation that Cole was talking about to help out the various departments. There is a staff user interface for the Diamond financial software as well. And some of that software will include AI functionality too, which we have been embracing and will be moving forward with it. For the timing, we have advanced the timeline for software implementation to correlate with the county strategy. The escalation that we see for 25, similar to the other departments, we see an increase with benefits, with COLA, and inflationary costs. In 26, the scope increase is due to the workflow automation software that we will start to see moving forward. The scope decrease, we will be canceling the legacy financial software that we have been using. And for 27, the scope increase that reflects with the server upgrades that will be happening that year. Escalation is similar to 25 with COLA, inflationary costs, and the benefits.
So the scope increase in 2027 for the 172, which is primarily the server upgrades, that is from reserves in that year. So part of the annual budgets include those contributions that we put away based on the services to other departments that flows into reserves, and then that would get funded from reserves. So that's not an increase in budget. It is an increase in budget in that year, but it's offset by the revenues from the transfers from reserve. So that's not realized in 1 year alone. Any questions on IT?
Thanks, Doug.
Very good, thank you.
So just as a summary, the majority of the change is that we've consolidated, so we have consolidated a number of services such as legal services based on historical trends. of actuals, those were increased to reflect what we're actually spending and what we've been trending. We do have some other planned impacts specific to legal, so that was a component. And then the government frameworks software with the farmer solution that is going to help us process map some of our workflows, and hopefully provide increased access to the public on our forms, so we can do things like dust control, fire permits in a more standard user experience way. And then the Diamond interface for billing, so tax certificates, billing accounts, and everything else that right now is consuming the team. We need to get that interface launched. So those are the primary drivers for the changes outside of the internal transfers for the corporate services consolidated budget. Is there any questions on the corporate services roll-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question, what percentage of the population do you think wouldn't be able to use, say, a laptop or a computer to get into this new system? Are they, and if they can't, do they come in and you can do it here still, or how does that gonna work?
Yeah, it will vary by account type, but let's say it's one of the forms for dust control as an example. Whether they call in as they would now for us to process, I'll just use that as an example of one of, and so we have 60 forms that we can automate as part of this, just this one initiative, and then the Diamond interface is separate. But as an example, right now, somebody will call in, they'll give their information, we'll process the payment, it gets manually entered into a system, and we track all of that. And the reason the dates are so tight is then that has to go to operations. They have to map out through that. They'll spend a number of hours trying to map out and plan for how much chemical they need to buy, what the workflow is, how they're going to implement this. Whereas with the new system is we would capture that information as part of a form. So even if somebody called in, we would be entering the information for them versus them. Ideally, even if 70%, let's hypothetically say 70% of users can then do this on their own. They enter their information, they can use a GIS pin to select the location, they can select the number of meters, that automatically can build into the tracking system, can automatically calculate the volumes. Our GIS can run the mapping so that we have optimal implementation of that, which will save us work hours not only on the planning of those activities, but in the actual work application of that. And so even if somebody calls in to us, somebody at the front desk we'd still just capture it there. And then it's because we're capturing it once versus multiple times. So they still, if they can't use a laptop, it doesn't change that we would not provide that service, but it's going to be a better level of service for everybody and for those that can, because now more of our hours will be spent on value add activities. So for operations, all the time spent on planning, the more that we can automate that, the more time they're spent in the field, because that's ultimately what we're trying to translate that to. And the number of calls is just escalating year over year. I don't have the data in front of me, but I mean, we take hundreds and hundreds more calls during dust control season as an example. So even reducing that interruption, I mean, every phone call, and it's human nature, I mean, every disruption you get is, I mean, even if it's a 2-minute phone call, that's 15 minutes roughly in lost productivity or more, because it takes you away from whatever you're working on, billing, whatever else it might be. And so just the ability to drive more value through that time back, even if we reduce those calls by a certain percentage. We don't know what that is. I do think more and more we're going to see more uptake. The trend of our demographics seems to be moving to, I mean, the majority of our demographic is moving to that 35 to 45-year-old, especially in our ag, which is a lot of the customers that we service aren't necessarily always our residential customers. A lot of them are from our ag industry, and so we're optimistic about the uptake. And then with billing, some of the challenges we've had, I know that we're still working through the changes on our bulk water stations, and then our standard utility billing with this conversion has been really challenging. The more we can automate that, and frankly, the Canada Post strike hasn't hurt us in that way, because it's, hey, you can still access this, sign up for e-billing, and we've tried to leverage that because that's just a time savings for them and for us. So yes, to answer your question, still, if you struggle, we will help you. We want to provide that meaningful level of service, but this is just a better way to capture it and to minimize the disruption for those that don't need that necessarily to make that phone call.
Any other questions on corporate services? If not, I think that takes us to a good time to break for lunch. So with saying that, we will recess our meeting and we will reconvene 1 o'clock. Aim for 1 o'clock, Cole, or what?
Probably 1:15 maybe by the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 1:17 p.m. this afternoon. And we can continue on. I believe we are at public operations. So Ryan, Cole, floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan will go through his budget in detail. This one, some of the budget changes here, this is where we'll see the biggest impact from a level of service standpoint in the near term. And some of the recommendations and the items incorporated here were takeaways from the last year and a bit of conversations with council around how do we invest more in our roadways, how do we spend more time, and how do we elevate that user experience. So Ryan will capture that through the changes, but you'll just note that because of some of those impacts, the transfers of positions, this one's a little bit harder to follow in some ways because it doesn't come down necessarily as proportionally because we have some additions there. So we'll do our best to walk through each of those changes individually. So.
Okay, good afternoon, Reeve and Council. First, would like to present the Agriculture Service Board expenditures. So looking at the increases for the 2025 budget, part of that is with the upkeep and maintenance of the phase 1 of the link pathway. Also, one of the pieces we did in this budget was a realignment of some activities that historically ASB had done on behalf of Public Works. And there was internal transfers there. So we've realigned that budget amount to ASB. The people that actually do the work will have the budget to do that. And that actually works out to about 27 weeks of work, scope including brush work as well as top spraying that primarily is done in the fall, and also some of that work in the winter. Other pieces as we walk through the waterfall with general escalation, services by other departments goes down as what we've done is you'll see with all the operation waterfalls, we've really leaned out and tightened the budget in every aspect for all of these for the 2025, really trying to align actuals. So you'll look at the budget adjustments. Those are aspects that we're looking at on all of these to lean down for 2025. So any question? Well, okay, we'll walk through. Operating projects is down. Again, this is just budgetary adjustments as we went line by line planning as a team for what the year's going to look like. As we roll into 2026, the one piece to highlight there, services by other departments, and so those are internal transfers primarily to IT and fleet. And then for the 2027, our projection is fairly flat, as you can see there. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just, what do you estimate the rough cost of the trail maintenance at being?
Yeah, so thank you, Lauren, and through the chair. What we've experienced so far and what we anticipate for the first year for the first 2 years until the grass is well established. There's some additional maintenance with rock picking and clearing that so we can better maintain that. So we're tracking that. Right now, we've added a position at 17 weeks for lawn mowing as part of that and regularize some of the other work that we're doing there. So total cost will probably be at least $30,000 is what we're looking at.
And that's based on 3 seasons of
correct
of maintenance, not assuming winter operations and snow clearing.
Correct.
And so some of that is that's the ongoing maintenance piece. Some of our challenge is the way it was constructed, the drainage, everything else, where we don't fully understand what the implications are to maintain that asset long term. And so there's a little bit of scope discovery as that turns over here. So this first year is going to be a bit of an assess and find out what the best mechanism is for us to actually service that, what the most efficient way is. We did approach Coaldale to provide some of those services because the majority of that is in Coaldale as part of this first phase, and they weren't interested in taking that on, and so it's not the most efficient way for us to manage the first phase, but long term this would be where we would end up anyway. So
yeah, I appreciate the question. Thanks, Cole, for clarifying. We do track the costs for all of that, and we'll be monitoring that ongoing and looking for additional efficiencies and opportunities, including other providers like Cole mentioned, perhaps the town of Coaldale to take or move funds that way, so.
Thank you. I got Claus and then John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you were mentioning like maintenance that we're gonna be taking over, and that we're doing it partly already probably, but like rock picking and stuff like that, isn't that part of the development that they have to, you know, when you're done, those rocks should be gone too? It shouldn't be up to the county? I mean, we're gonna be spending a lot of money on that thing. If we're gonna start that way already, then, you know, I don't think it's quite fair.
Okay, appreciate the comment and question. We are taking notes and documenting with pictures and working directly with the board that is governing the development of the next two phases, with anticipation that we can provide a little bit of guidance or some input on those next phases so that they're a little bit more maintenance free or a little bit easier to maintain initially. But this was our first, with this phase, as we came in at the tail end of it and have done some mowing and maintenance this year. That was our observation. So we will feed that back so that perhaps we're not on the hook for as much as what it looks like this time around.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you kind of answered what I was asking, but what I'm reading into this is that at the 30,000, it's sort of your best guess as to where it should be at based on what you know right now, but that's subject to change. But one of the questions I was wondering is, do you anticipate that being an ongoing at that level, assuming that your assessment of the situation is accurate? So, like on an annual basis, right around 30 grand?
I think those costs will likely increase, John, as we have to look at this when the entire pathway is completed. It will be, I believe, 15 or 16 kilometer park, and we need to consider it as that, as it's a 15, 16 kilometer long park. In talking with other counties, the county of Newell has a very comparable pathway system that's about the same distance, and we're looking at cost comparisons with them. So once I can't speak to what that cost is going to look like ongoing once it's entirely done, but right now, based on the work we've done to date, that's kind of our estimate as the additional phases come online.
Claus? Thank you. You're good? Jason? Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the 30 grand, you said that doesn't involve snow removal? Is the plan to do snow removal on that path or not?
It is not. So
Okay.
we did confirm 2 weeks ago with the chair of the committee who has been pushing for this project that their intention is not there. It's a 4-season use pathway, but it's not 4-season use as a maintained pathway. So their interpretation of 4-season use is with cross-country skis, snowshoes, or use it as per the conditions of the trail is in. So no snow removal in that, Kevin.
Anything else on that? Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay. I'd like to go over the fleet expenditures. Increases here. The first few lines are related to fuel. One of those being scope increase. We'll get to an additional slide about public works and what we're doing with some additional regularized relief. And we've included in here 48,000 liters of fuel in that scope increase is accounted for in that first bullet. That will enable us on average to run a piece of equipment for a week. It's about 1,000 liters of fuel. And so we've taken that into account for additional work of level of service that we're going to provide. And we'll see the staffing component will be in a future slide here. The carbon levy for 2025 is just shy of $40,000. We have regular escalation, internal transfers, just some right sizing of some line items, as well as with our MSCS price increases, realigning our budget with actual historical expenditures and what those projections are. Services between departments, it's just standard increases. And then our operating projects, that's actually our Fuel Master project, which you'll see offset in 2026, where we see the operating projects actually is down by $125,000. Transfers to reserves in 2024, we put in additional funds, not knowing where we were at with some of those expenditures. So we're right-sizing that based on our projected needs. And so that's why you see that decrease in 2025. And then the final one, budgetary, what did I miss?
Fuel savings.
Oh, sorry, I did miss that, sorry. Would like to highlight the one right in the middle with 120,000. Need to talk about fuel savings. So we did change our contract in April of 2024. We realized over $50,000 savings for the 6 months. So our savings is actually projected for 2025 of $120,000. And so flat line, this is a perfect example of why the waterfall shows those differences. If we had flatlined this as historical budgets were presented, you would almost see dollar for dollar from 2024 to 2025 because of the cost savings that we were able to achieve, even though we're actually increasing our consumption by 48,000 liters of fuel. So that's a great win story. Shauna Gershnick was the one that chased that down with the contracts. So we are working very hard to find money on both sides. And then I'll highlight I guess the final one, just the budgetary adjustments, where we're just right-sizing based on actual expenditures. Moving to 2026, you see again the carbon levy. It's an additional $40,000 escalation for materials and supplies. Services between departments, our operating projects, that comes down because our fuel master project is not an expenditure in 2026, so that comes out of the budget. And then our transfer reserves are fairly flat. 2027, carbon levy again, and then our transfers to reserves match what our projected requirements are for capital equipment and other expenditures to support current level of services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the answer to this, but I'm just bringing it up just for our ratepayers and our general public to do this. But in terms of any increase of the carbon pricing that the federal government puts down, there is no relief for us as a municipality. As those prices increase, we just have to absorb whatever we have to absorb on those, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, and I can't confirm the exact total, but I believe at our last estimate, we were roughly $266,000 in carbon tax payments, essentially, so for 2025, so a little more than $250,000 that we pay in carbon levy total. So this shows the incremental change, but not the total levy.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in infrastructure, you had an increase in wages transferred over from Public Works, right? So where does the savings in Public Works show up? Is that one of those lines? Which one would it be?
So we have, Public Works is the next slide. So this one's
sorry.
fleet. Yeah. But having, just to clarify that while we're here, we'll go through that one, because when we bucket the workforce, as much as we've tried to pull all of these out, we bucket by workforce changes, because we're adding some additional scope there. We'll walk through exactly, it won't translate directly, but we'll walk through the net differences there in the next slide to showcase that. There is a little bit of change in the fleet, just as the way we distribute some of the managerial positions across portfolios with that reorg, but fairly nominal when it comes to fleet, because there's kind of been a little bit came out and a little bit came in, and it was a wash there, so you won't see it on this slide.
Brian, can you expand on what the operating project is, the Fuel Master, what that means?
Yeah, it's just the system that we use to monitor and track our fuel consumption, our filling, and so it's outdated. It's no longer supported, so we need to update the hardware and software on that program, and that essentially allows us to tie our fuel consumption to individual units, so that we can track that as a user basis, unit basis, and then general consumption. So it's just kind of a standard ongoing replacement of an existing asset.
Thank you. Any other questions while we're in fleet? Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll get to The Public Works expenditure, some of the key highlights for the 2025 budget increases include, and I'll speak more in detail, give an overview initially. Expanded scope, which includes regularization of relief staff, and we can speak about what that means and what that is. As well as workforce optimization and staffing complement, and transfer to reserves. Decreases for 2025 our internal position transfers to infrastructure. So that was a question that was posed earlier. So if we look at scope increase amount as well as the scope decrease and the part-time to full-time conversion, what we're looking to do is right-sizing our staffing complement. We're adding relief budget. What regularizing relief means is it allows us scheduled budget where individuals are off either scheduled or unscheduled absences, where we can actually backfill them so that we're running equipment. We had too many times in this past season where we did not have graders running in our divisions, and we had that asset sitting there underutilized. And this allows us operationally to stay on those roads, continue on those roads. This will increase level of service dramatically. What we're budgeted here is an additional 58 weeks of operator time in the 2025 budget. The other component.
Go ahead, John.
Sure.
Okay, so that accounts for the scope increase, and the decrease is the transfer. Okay.
Transfers out, yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. The other piece to speak to that also with scope increase and a separate line item, the part-time to full-time, we're looking to right-size our staffing model by adding an additional 8 individuals, converting them to permanent full-time staff, and the cost implications there. Why the value of permanent full-time staff? It allows us to better schedule and plan our staffing model. It contributes directly to recruitment and retention of staff. It also allows us in our shoulder season when we're ramping up or ramping down from the season. If I have more permanent staff that are there, we're much more flexible and we're able to prioritize tasks on the shoulder season. When we look at our shoulder season, it's basically 4 months out of the year. It's kind of a shoulder season. We can go from having snow in September and October. In this case, it was the end of November. But if we need that flexibility so we can respond accordingly to meet level of service. And then in the spring as well, we might have late snow. And if we're ramping up and we can't ramp up quick enough to respond, we don't have that flexibility. And adding these additional part-time staff will level that off. It also increases our overall productivity. We're not retraining staff, and also increases the quality of service that we're able to provide. As staff know the equipment, they know the county, and there's a greater sense of ownership for the roads and the work they're doing year after year. We also are projecting to see reduction in safety incidents. We know that new staff members coming along often are higher risk or liability for safety incidents. And so taking that aspect and reducing the county's risk with more permanent staff.
Ryan, is an element of that, those people are already in place, but they're not full-time? Is it a reclassification in some cases?
Yeah, so what we're looking at, there was a historical practice where individuals would work up to 50 weeks and be considered a seasonal employee, and then they would take a layoff, then not being entitled to collect a pension. And so part of what we're doing is we're reinvesting in permanent staff. We pay a portion of the pension, they pay a portion of the pension, and that will drive a lot for recruitment and retention of individuals. It's one of the unique things that we have in heavy equipment operators is that there's pension available because we don't work perhaps as many hours in the busy seasons as some other of our competitors. And so it's part of that total compensation package. But we are adding additional weeks as a whole and reinvesting that back in our level of service.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll carry on with the other line items. We look at classic escalation services by other departments. We're right-sizing that again for the 2025 year. our TCA cost transfers, some adjustments there as well. Our transfers to reserve, similar to what we did with fleet in 2024, where there was some additional reserve transfers made. We're right-sizing that now that we have a more consistent approach of what that looks like. And then that big reduction for budgetary adjustments was we aligned our actuals with what we actually need in a budget instead of a padded budget. Speaking to what Cole had talked to about planned contingency, instead of having fat in a whole bunch of different line items, it's planned very strategically for investment and would only be used under certain criteria. Moving to 2026, slight scope realignment there. Escalation, just based on the overall budget. Scope decrease with some supplies, some projected savings we may see there. Jump will be services by other departments. That's primarily IT and fleet to support us and our workforce. And then operating projects. So that's $1 million that you're seeing there in the red. That is to do our gravel crushing, which we contract out. We crush 200,000 tons is what we've done historically every 3 years. And so you're seeing that expenditure, which is not funded out of there. That actually comes from reserves, but will be come out of the county in 2026. And you'll see that drop again in 2027 because we don't need that $1 million there. So those are the offsetting transactions for gravel crushing. And again, we do that every 3 years. And then continue on with our transfer to reserves at 249, which is on track to maintain the level of service which is required. And then contingency, which Cole has spoken to, this is the strategic contingency instead of having funds hidden in other budget lines. Full transparency on this. Then we roll to 2027, escalation based on projected inflationary increases, debenture interest and principal costs, consumable cost escalation, and then services by other departments. So you see fairly flat trend there. There's the $1 million that will come off of that budget. Will not be budgeted because that's been expensed. That's the gravel. That's the gravel. That's the offset, not happening. And then our transfers to reserves again are based on our projected needs.
Good class.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is the cost of crushing that gravel for 3 years?
Okay, it's about, what we're projecting is about $1 million just for the crushing itself. What we did historically was 200,000 tons. On average, we use about 85,000 tons a year on our roads. And so the sequence and the timing of when we do that, we're projected to crush the same amount. Our cost to have that crushed using our gravel pit, we're estimating is about $4.50 a ton, versus if we were to buy that same gravel from another third party, it's $15 or more per ton. So it's a fraction of the cost to do that. And how we do this is we put reserve funds away over a 3-year period, and then we take it out of reserve to pay for that crushing. So it's planned in advance and then billed out once. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move to utilities. You want to speak to this one, Cole?
Sure, I can do this one. So this one's only part of the story, and this one's a little bit different because this is the one area where typically we've seen a proportional increase in the revenue side or based on the inflationary pressures. However, with the Eastern Transmission Pipeline, we've done our best to project. We know McCain's expansion is not coming online. Obviously, at the beginning of the year, they will be commissioning, so they'll be ready, they'll be commissioning. And so we're doing our best to project water volumes from their processing based on the schedule that they've given us, that we may or may not be high or low. So you'll see the MSCS, which is the Material Supplies and Contracted Services, increase there on the scope increase. That's directly related to our water purchases. What's not depicted here is that our water sales go up by the same amount. So if we're purchasing it from the city when they're processing our water, we would obviously be selling that back to whoever's consuming that. And so that projection is a bit of the anomaly there. So in year 1, 2, and 3, it's really the increases related to that expansion as well as our other planned economic development and the utilization of the available water license that we have now. So kind of all 3 years, you'll see that tier up. That's based on what we've been told, or what we're anticipating. We do have a little bit of the increase on the workforce optimization and staffing. Complement that one. Let me see, we're in 2025. We've got our, so the internal transfers, some of that comes out. So previously we had the manager environmental services position, which was partially funded by the utilities department. That has transitioned to the technical services, so that contributes as part of that transfer to infrastructure and development. The debentures and principal costs in 25 are increasing, and that is based on the debenture related to the Eastern Transmission Pipeline and the difference for what, essentially of what's coming off and what's coming on. So it's a net increase of 82,000. Already talked about the scope increase with the water purchases. We have some general escalation. Services between departments is just the standard distribution of the IT fleet-related capital and operating costs. And then in 25, we did reduce the transfers to reserves temporarily, and they increase in 26 and 27. Part of the strategy here was we had increased our contributions to reserves this last year, anticipating that we were going to need those for some projects. We've been able to offset some of those expenditures based on some other grant funding this year and some cost savings measures specific to the Eastern Transmission Pipeline. And so that reduced the burden on that reserve while we're doing our asset management planning, and until we fully understand the full water volume consumption based on that expansion, we're not sure what the contribution levels are going to be from the capital surcharge and everything else. And so this just gives us a chance to evaluate that, and we'll refine those numbers in 26 and 27 because it's a best guess right now, but we don't know. We don't know what those consumptions numbers are and what those contributions need to be based on capital replacement and maintenance of our water, wastewater, utility services. So that's this one in a nutshell. This one, because of the large change in the water purchases without understanding the water sales piece, this one looks like it's what is trending up as an expenditure, but the actual implications for the department are almost a wash, and are offset at this point mostly by the sales of water. I think that's this one in a nutshell. Is there any questions on the utilities?
Good, John.
Yeah. Just in relationship to that transfer from reserves, because we're seeing obviously a large intake of expenditures that are coming in with the line coming on board and online, and because it's still commissioning, the tax revenue for that is obviously not going to be coming in until it's commissioned. Can I read into that you're choosing to put 171,000 less in reserves just to mitigate any additional burden would be on our mill rates and our taxation for our ratepayers?
Yes, that is absolutely a contributing factor. We had expected growth this year with that expansion and a few other developments to be about 4 times what it's actually turned out to be this year. Now, that will come in subsequent years, but because we're in a fine position on that reserve balance based on those cost savings measures. So by not adding it this year and pushing it to future years, it lets us evaluate, but it does help us more evenly distribute that burden so that we don't have to wear that up front, because they're not dollars that we need to collect today to be operationally viable or to support that asset. So that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the utilities piece?
So this is the Public Operations Division roll-up, which includes ASB, Public Works, Fleet, and Utilities. It does show a net decrease, obviously, but that includes both those transfers out of the department as well as the operational additions that Ryan covered about the regularized relief, the change in workforce complement, and the additional investment in the associated materials and supplies with running our operations that many more weeks a year. So again, the percentage is misleading because this budget is a lot larger as opposed to some of the other budgets, but dollar-wise, the net difference captures that.
Any questions on the roll-up?
Okay, thank you.
So I'll have Kurt maybe join me on this next one. So we did want to cover reserves, and we wanted to capture these. Not sure what happened to our screens. They're just loading. From a in and out standpoint, one of the things, and I will say, one of the things that we need to do a little bit differently, and I'll use the example of the gravel crushing. What happened previously is essentially a lot of the individual budgeted items were padded. We were not putting money away specific for gravel crushing, which is one of our largest expenses out of that reserve at $1 million every 3 years. And then if there was a surplus, or when there was a surplus in that department, it would just get transferred to that reserve at the end of the year and booked there and say, okay, well, we've got funds, we'll crush gravel. We don't want to do that because we may or may not, either we're collecting more revenue than we need to meet the operational requirements and to mitigate our risks in that department, or not enough, and then we push that burden onto a future tax year. So as part of this exercise, when we went through the budget, we've done our best to ensure that the contributions to reserves are set at the most meaningful level, but we do need to review some of our reserves, the dollar amounts, and further refine these. The way we were doing fleet was also very similar, so we were estimating our proceeds on the sale of equipment, usually fairly conservatively, which did help, but the way we were doing that is it was the same thing, we were almost booking a surplus at the end of the year rather than saying, here's what our actual maintenance schedule is, and then normalizing that distribution over time. So we have these ebbs and flows in the tax support contributions, which can either creates a bit of an additional strain in any one given year or a bit extra capacity that sometimes can be mistaken for, we have dollar capacity to fund other operational initiatives without recognizing that we still have to meet those debt obligations in the future. And so we by no means have got this perfect this year, but throughout the year, what we wanted to do was we knew overall we needed to maintain those reserve contributions. We want to do an evaluation of every one of these reserves, the way that we're funding it, the expenses that have been booked into those over time, and then at a future date in 2025, when we've done a more thorough review, we would then probably look to make some adjustments between these reserves. There are some reserves, like fleet as an example, that we think is a little lower than where it needs to be, but public works might be a little bit higher. And so we would then take that opportunity to right-size those reserve balances. But at this time, what we wanted to do was we wanted to maintain the reserve contribution levels to meet our overall operational needs and to have enough flexibility there. So the net change from the in and out into reserves is only around $400,000, and that includes our SRS DC contribution, which is a commitment that is a net new commitment on top of what we've done. So essentially, we've mirrored the dollars coming in and out to maintain those levels. After a more thorough review, I think we can then bring something more meaningful to council to reset and reestablish some of those, as well as a terms of reference for each of those reserves, because we do have some that we may need to create some, but there's also some that we could, with the right terms of reference and definition, we could roll into one. So like emergency services reserves, maybe we don't need 3, maybe we need 1 or 2. And so that'll be part of our evaluation in the 2025 year. But specific to these reserve transfers, are there any questions?
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the net end of the day target on this is to increase our reserves by a little under $400,000 by year end. if we.
That'd be
take
the
checks
net
and
result of
balances.
the budget as presented, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions about the reserves? Okay.
So, based on the budget as presented, we have a proposed or percent increase from previous year's budget at 5.968%, with the after-growth tax impact at 3.997, call it 4%, distributed however. So essentially a net increase of 757,000 after the changes that we've captured in the waterfalls and the cost efficiencies. That would be the net difference from last year's tax rate.
Any questions on this screen? Go, John.
Sorry, you might have to call back up on this, but what, again, is our projected, just in increase in our fuel costs for next year?
The net increase, that I have Ryan look at that with the additional 48,000 liters.
Do you want to speak to that, Justin?
I have it here. You will found it. You just want to know what the net difference is. It's $13,000 more in 2025 than in 2024.
Okay.
And I have a breakdown if you're interested in the ups and the downs.
Part of that is because of our cost savings this
Right.
last year, yeah.
Yeah,
On that
okay.
one.
And does that include any increase in carbon levies?
Yes.
That's included in there?
That's the
Okay.
increase kilometers. It's the price adjustment down. It's the carbon tax up.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So did you say that number again? Was it 13,000?
It's 13,000.
Just to follow up to that? But
Yes.
you did say we're gonna use an additional 48,000 liters, right? And we're
Yeah,
only
so
gonna,
to use, for an extra 48,000 liters, the cost per liter plus the carbon tax, the implication of that is $66,000. The amount of carbon tax we're paying more than the previous year, 40,000. The price increase, because we expect the price of the gasoline and diesel to be a little bit more than last year, is 28,000. But the negotiation and the decrease in the price that we pay per liter, the rack rate, is $120,000 savings. So it's an up, and a big down. And that savings that was negotiated in the price will continue on for the term of the contract. Every year, if nothing else changed, we'll be paying an additional $40,000 in carbon tax in the bills. Through the chair, to council.
Thanks, Justin. Any other questions at this time? Where's yours, Cole?
I guess just a general sense of, if council is supportive of the budget as presented, if there's any takeaways, anything that we need to investigate further before we bring this back to a future council meeting.
Would this be a prudent time to perhaps go on camera and dive a little bit deeper into some of those finer points maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that would That be, I guess I should ask council, would that be your appetite? Go ahead, John.
Happily make a motion to go in camera.
Okay. Do you want anything else?
Oh, sorry, I'll make
for
a
now?
motion to go in camera because I didn't have my mic on. Sorry, Candace.
Thank you, John. John's moved to enter a closed session at 1:57 this afternoon. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? reconvene our public meeting at 2:50 this afternoon. I believe that brings us to the conclusion of today's budget deliberations. Big thank you to everyone today. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone behind the scenes that put a lot of work into this. Sure is appreciated from council. And thank you, council, for being here today. And with that, we will call this adjourned.